Hello, I'm Bob Ross, and I'd like to welcome you to the 14th Joy of Painting series. First of all, I'd like to thank you for inviting me back for another series of painting shows. If this is your first time with us, then let me extend a personal invitation for you to get out your brushes and paint along. I'll tell you what, or just drag up the old easy chair and spend a relaxing half hour enjoying some of nature's masterpieces. We're painting with about a dozen oil colors, a few unorthodox brushes, and each show I'll try to show you how easy it is for you to paint and how much fun it can be. So I'll tell you what, let's go on up here to the canvas and get started. Now, I've already covered the canvas with a nice thin even coat of liquid white. The liquid white just makes the canvas wet and slick. It allows us to actually blend color right on the canvas, and it really makes our painting much simpler than traditional methods. So I tell you what, let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need at home to paint along with me. And they'll come across in the same order as I have them on the palette, starting with a white and working around. And while they're doing that, let's go on up here and let's get started. And let's just do a happy little scene today, and I'll show you a very simple scene that you can do and you'll enjoy. Let's start off today with an old 2-inch brush and go right into a small amount of the phthalo blue. Doesn't take a great deal, just a little. And just tap a little color into the bristles. By tapping, that assures a nice even distribution of color all the way through the bristles. There we go. Let's go right on up here. Now, let's start right up at the top, and we use little crisscross strokes, just making little X's, and go all the way across the top. See there? That easy. That's all you have to do. Now, the blue on your brush is continually mixing with the liquid white that's already on the canvas. So that way, it blends automatically as you work downward. And in a landscape, it should always get lighter toward the horizon. That helps create the illusion of depth and distance in your painting. There we go. Just little crisscross strokes, like so. Okay, maybe about down like that. Now, I thought today we'd put a happy little cloud in the sky. If you're going to put clouds in the sky, then you might want to make your sky a tiny bit darker so the clouds will stand out. You need the dark in order for a light to show against it. There. Okay, now very gently I'll just go all the way across. And that just removes the brush strokes and brings everything together. And that easy, we have a very nice little sky. Tell you what, while we have that blue on the brush, I'm going to go right back into my phthalo blue. And I'm going to reach right next door here and grab the least little touch of the phthalo green. Very small amount. Doesn't take much. It's very strong. Very strong. Okay, let's go back up here. Now maybe we'll have a little water in this painting. So start from the outside and pull inward. Pull it across, like so. Pull across. There we go. See, if you start here and go across, it leaves a big distinct line, which is very hard to blend out. So come from the outside in, and that way you don't have that distinct line. And this little area that's left in here, if everything works just right, it'll look just like a little sheen of light coming across your water when you're all finished. Okay, and you can take a little bit of this color and bounce it back up here in the sky if you have some left on the brush. It doesn't matter. The big thing that we try to teach you here is to enjoy what you're doing and to have fun. Painting should make you happy. Should make you happy. Okay, let's wash the brush. That might be the most fun part of this whole technique. We wash our brushes with odorless thinner, shake them off. I have a box down here, and I just shake the brush into the box and, and beat the devil out of it. Now with a nice clean dry brush, let's go right back over this and just blend it together. The light spot will remain in your painting there. You don't have to worry about it. It'll stay there. And you can blend the sky to whatever degree that you want it. Okay. Now then, that's just to knock off any excess paint that's on the brush. It's easier than cleaning it. We said we'd have a happy little cloud in this painting, so we'll use a fan brush today. You could do this with a 1-inch brush or a 2-inch brush. I just picked up the fan brush, so let's try that. Load a lot of the titanium white into it. It's a very firm paint, and use just the corner of the brush and just make little circles, just happy little circles, little tiny circles. See there? Little tiny circles. There. Now just let him, he'll float right on off the canvas. You have to make big decisions. This piece of canvas is your world, and you have to decide where things live in your world. Because you have unlimited power here. You can do anything that you want to do. Anything that you want to do. There, you're only restricted here by your imagination. Okay. Wash off our fan brush. Then I just dry the fan brush on a paper towel. Now, back to our 2-inch brush. We'll take just the top corner and we're going to blend the base of the clouds out. Tiny little circles using just the top corner of the brush. Then grab it and fluff it. Tease it. Pull it up a little. And then very lightly, 3 hairs and some air, just go across. And that easy. You've built a beautiful little cloud. Same thing over here. Just the corner of the brush. Just to stir it up a little. Lift it, and then blend it. There you go. Isn't that quick? You have a couple of happy little clouds that live in your sky. Let's build us a little mountain today. For that, I'll use some Prussian blue. We'll take a little midnight black, some Van Dyke brown, little lizard crimson. What the heck? What the heck? The main thing we're looking for here is a good dark color. Pull it out as flat as you can get it. Just really exert some force. Go straight down with a knife. There, cut across, and we get a tiny roll of paint right on the edge of the knife. Now then, this is where you have to make a big decision. Where does your mountain live? Maybe in our world, our mountain's going to live. Does now, right there. With a firm pressure, push that paint right into the fabric. There we go. Just right into the fabric. Act like you're trying to push a hole through. You're not going to hurt it. It's strong. Very strong. Okay, now then, maybe there's another little bump there. And you decide, wherever you want to, scrape off all the excess paint. You can hear how hard I'm scraping. There. Really get in there and get tough with it. There we go. Now we'll take our 2-inch brush and we want to grab it and pull it. I'm still applying a great deal of pressure here. Grab it, pull firmly downward. That helps create that illusion of mist at the base of your mountain. There we go. See there? That's all there is to it. Just give it a pull. And by using the shadows and highlight shapes here that are created by the brush, you can lay out your entire mountain without ever being committed. There we go. See, you can just lay them out and change them and move them. That's a super way to cheat a little bit. And there's no such thing as cheating in painting. If it works for you and it makes you feel good, then it's just right. There we are. Let's wash the brush. Shake it off. And there we are. We have the strangest looking cameramen in television. All of them have these weird colored freckles. Then we'll take just titanium white, pull it out flat, cut across, and once again, our small roll of paint. It's so important to load that knife correctly. Go right up here, touch, no pressure, no pressure. There, just let the knife float. Just let it float right down the side of the mountain, but no pressure. If you apply a lot of pressure, it's going to look just like you're icing a cake. You're not going to have all this breaking in here, the holes left in it. The other problem that people experience a great deal is they use a paint that's too thin. If you use a thin paint, it's just going to turn to mud, and then you're going to be unhappy with me. And I really want this to work for you. Get a paint that's very dry and very firm. That's most important. There. Now then, before we get too far along, get carried away here, let's put a little shadow now. Just take a little bit of blue, a little white. There. Just mix it like so. Pull it out. Once again, our little roll of paint, that's so important. Now, go right up in here. No pressure. Once again, No pressure. Let that knife just float. See there? And we put this shadow color in the opposite or opposing direction from the highlight. And maybe right up in here. There. See there? Isn't that fantastic that you can build a mountain that easy? And you really can. You really can. Every day I get letters from people all over the country who never in their life suspected they could paint such beautiful paintings. And just from watching the different shows that we've put on, they're doing fantastic works. Absolutely fantastic. And the more you practice, the easier it becomes and the better you get. If there's a secret to this style of painting, or any style of painting, it's practice. That's all. There's no big mysteries here. We show you how to do it. All you need to do is just practice a little. Okay? Make sure your brush is good and dry. And now we want to help create that illusion of mist down here. All we're doing is tapping. Just tapping, following the angles and lifting upward. See there? Just tap. Just the base of it. And give it a little upward lift. Over here, follow these angles. There. Now, sometimes you can have a little fun. Maybe you take a little blue on the brush. Now watch here. Look at the power you have. You can bring that mountain right around. See there? You can make it go right around corners. And it helps create a little more interest in your mountain. Of course, we're not interested in that happy bug, but if you're out selling paintings, this is what'll sell your painting is these little extras. Makes your painting special. There we go. See, it created another plane in that mountain and brought it forward. And you can do all kinds of little tricks like it. Just practice a little bit. In just a few days, you won't believe. You just absolutely won't believe what you can do. Okay, let's go back to my old fan brush. I'm gonna go right into this old dark color that I used to make the mountain. Let's see, that was some black and some Prussian blue and some Van Dyke brown. There we go. I'll tell you, let's add a little sap green to that too. What the heck? There we are. Okay, load the brush full of paint, both sides, full of paint. And maybe back in here, there's some little trees that live far away. They're happy little trees that live in the distance. There. So take the brush, and all you have to do is tap down. See there? Hope you can see that all right. Now then, you have to make some decisions here. Where do they live? Where do they live in your world? This is one of the easiest, nicest, most effective ways that I've ever seen to make the indication of a lot of little trees that live far away. Even if you've never painted before, certainly this is a snap. You can do this. There. And there we are. Maybe. Look at there. Look at there. There they come. When you're painting in this technique, you just you let your imagination go. Just let your mind wander. Because you can create any illusion that you want. Just let your mind think of things and off you go. There. See there. And I'm tapping quite firmly here. Really tap. You know, at the beginning of the show, I said something about drag up your old easy chair and relax with me. I had a letter from a fantastic lady, and she told me each week when the show comes on in her area, she drags up her old easy chair, and she's going to sit and watch the show. And every week, without fail, she falls asleep. And she says by the time she wakes up, I finished the painting and gone, left her there in a chair by herself. But, you know, whether you awaken refreshed or you paint along with us, either way, I hope you enjoy this as much as I enjoy being here with you. There. All I'm doing here is taking that color and pulling it straight down to create a little reflection. Knock off the excess paint and go gently, gently across. And we have instant reflections. Now, I've got several old fan brushes going here, so I don't have to spend all my time washing them. So I'm going to go into, we'll take a little yellow, reach up here, get a little sap green, load the brush full of color, a lot of color. Go right back up here. And maybe back in here there's some little grassy areas that live. Just give it a little upward push, bend the bristles, push upward. See there? There. And we can make just the indication of some little grassy things that live back here in the distance, wherever you want them. There. Just all kinds of little projections. You can touch a little yellow ochre here and there, a little Indian yellow, whatever. Okay. Now then, let's take our knife, a little touch of the liquid white. I'm going to put it on the canvas, or on the palette. There we go. And cut across it like that. Let's go right up here. And with that, let's just cut in the indication of a little water line. Just wherever. But keep these lines basically straight, or it'll look like your water is going to run right off the side of the canvas. We don't want that to happen. See how you can create all kind of little places where this is where the big trout hides, back in here. There. And when you're painting, make up little stories in your mind. Think about the big fish that lives here, and maybe this is in the far north. Maybe there's a little beaver that comes along here and has fun. Just make up little stories. And yes, people might think you're a little touched, but painters are allowed, they're allowed to be different. So enjoy that. It really helps your painting if in your own mind that's your world and you can relate to it. There we go. I'm mixing up a big bunch of dark here, the same things, the blue, black, brown, little crimson, you know, same colors. Let's just stay with the old fan brush day. You could, once again, you could do this with any brush. Load a lot of paint into it. Let's go back up here. Maybe in our world there lives a big evergreen tree. Just start off by touching the canvas. Now just the corner of the brush. And just sort of let this work back and forth. See there? Once again, you can do this very nicely with a 1 or 2 inch brush, bringing it to a chisel edge. It works just as well. I just had a dirty fan brush, so thought I'd use it today. There. But it's up to you. Totally up to you. There we go. Fan brush maybe puts more detail into it. There. Now then, load the brush again. A lot of paint, and it should be very, very dark. We're going to put some highlights on there, so you need this to be dark so the highlights will show. Let's give him a friend. You know me, if you've painted with me before, I think everything needs a friend. Even the trees and the bushes and everything. Friends are that important. There we go. Okay. Right on down. I've painted probably, 20, 30,000 paintings now, and I'm still fascinated. It gets you excited to see how it works, and you have to try it to understand. There we go. There we go. See, just back and forth, back and forth. Think about the little limbs on this tree. Leave some places in here for the birds to sit. Birds have to have a place to sit. Okay, just in here we can do anything we want, just because we're going to separate all that with highlights. Brush is too slow. Let's get serious. Let's take the old 2 inch brush and go right through that same color. Pull the brush in one direction through the paint. By pulling it in one direction, it'll round one corner. And that rounded corner we want to the top. Take with the rounded corner up, give it a little push. And watch here. See, when you push, look at all those little leaves and grass indications and bush indications it makes just automatically. There we go. Now, turn the brush to create shape. There. See there? Think about each individual bush. Give them names if you want to. There's one named Martha, and there's Fred. Whatever it takes. But each one of these is an individual with his own personality. Begin thinking about him, building his shape. There. And as I say, people may look at you like you're a little different, but that's all right. Us painters, as you know, we're happier than most people, so it's okay. It's okay. Now then, I'm going to go back to my fan brush and take some sap green, a lot of sap green, a little bit of the yellow. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, I'm just going to just use the corner of the brush and put in the indication here and there of some highlights. Not too much. I want these trees to remain quite dark. Quite dark. Don't want to lose that contrast. And the mountain shows that your light's coming from the right, so put more emphasis on the right side of this tree. There we go. Darker, darker, darker as it works down, because there's more shadows toward the bottom of the tree, plus that old limbs are not as bright and shiny as the new ones. There. Just right into nothing. Now maybe we want the indication here and there of some sticks and twigs. Now this is, all you have to do is just take the knife, scrape right through the paint, allow some of the canvas to show through. Now most of these little twigs will be covered up when we get finished. But the ones that show through here, people will think you worked for weeks with your little one-haired brush putting all that detail in there. And that's our secret. We don't tell them any different. Okay, maybe a couple over here, wherever you want them. Just sort of make a decision, drop them in. Let's use the old 1-inch brush today. We'll put some highlights in here. One of our golden rules, a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So we start with the thickest paint imaginable when we put it on the canvas. Now, when I start highlighting this, I want a thinner paint. These yellows are made to a thinner consistency intentionally, so they'll stick easy. I even dip the brush into a small amount of the liquid white to thin the paint even more. Pull this in one direction, load a lot of paint. Look at the end of this brush. Look at all the paint that's in there. Probably the most common mistake made is not putting enough paint into the bristles. A lot of color, a lot of color. It's heavy, you can feel it. Okay, let's go right up here. Now you have to start making big decisions in here. Pick out individual bushes and stuff and trees, okay? Give a little push, gentle. It does not take a hard hit. If you've loaded the brush correctly with a nice thin paint, then all you have to do is just touch and it won't turn to mud on you. See there? One individual bush. All right, you got it now. You got it now. There we go. Now, begin picking them out. One at a time. One at a time. There they come. There they are. I'm going to pick up some Indian yellow and maybe right on the tip of the bristles a little touch of the bright red, and we can put a bush out here that has little red flowers on it. See there? That easy. You can do anything out here. Anything. One bush at a time. There we go. See, we got the ones that are farthest away first. Now we can come back and begin putting some that are closer to us, working layers, doing the most distant object first and working forward. Always working forward. There we go. Layer after layer. I tell you what. Look at that. Let's have some fun. Maybe in our world here, there's a big old trout lives out here. You got to have a way to go get him. So let's build us a little path. And for that, we'll take the knife, a little touch of Van Dyke Brown, pull it out very flat, cut across, and our little roll of paint again. Always that little roll of paint. And go right up here. You have to make a big decision now. Where's your path live? Maybe it comes right around, and all I'm doing is just applying some brown paint to put the general basic shape of the path in. Allow it to get larger and larger and larger as it gets closer to you. That'll make it look like there's distance there. Let's take some dark sienna, a little bit of white, mix that up, but don't overmix it. Just sort of leave it a little marbly looking. See there? All different colors. Our little roll of paint again. Go back up here and barely touching. Just let it graze. Just let it barely graze. See there? Let it graze. Ooh, ooh, that's nice. Gives you cold chills. It works so well. There we are. Look at that. See? You can do that. There we are. Let's take... Now then, we want to push that path down to the painting. There. All you got to do is bring some of those bushes right over it. Okay, now then let's go to the other side of the path. Maybe over here lives. There he is. It's a happy little tree that lives right here. And he hangs out right over the path. He just lives here and sort of hangs out. See, now that path disappears back here in the bushes. We don't know where it goes. We don't know. That's a private little place back there. It's where the little rabbit hides and he has fun. Mr. and Miss Rabbit live there. There. That little bush it hangs over. Right there. Right there. And he's got a friend. Lives here. Like that. There we are. There. Okay. Now then, we can take just a clean knife and just go around and scrape in the indication of some little trunks and sticks and twigs and see there. That helps show distance in your painting. Shows different planes and creates that illusion of depth. So these really help. Now then, take our liner brush, put a little paint thinner on it, maybe a little bit of the Van Dyke brown. We want this color to be as thin as ink. Let's go right up here. Maybe there lives just a little stick here. And you can put a few of these in wherever you want them. See there? Just add a little excitement. While I have that brush, I want to add a little bit of red, and I think I'll sign this painting. There we are. Thin paint, as thin as ink. And with that, I think we'll call this painting finished. And from all of us here, I really hope you've enjoyed it. So happy painting, and God bless. I'll see you next time. Hi, welcome back. I'm spending a few minutes here with my friend. This is Mr. J, and he's a little blue jay, and he stays with me right now. And that's one of the cutest little rascals. Watch him here. I thought you might enjoy seeing him, but he's just a little baby bird, and I thought you might enjoy meeting him. Tell you what, I'm going to set him down, and we'll go ahead and get started. While I'm doing that, let's have him run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along today. And I'm just going to set him right over here. There you go. Okay. And while they're running the colors across the screen, let's go on ahead here and get started. I'm going to start out today. Take a tiny bit of the phthalo blue, and I'll reach right up here. I'll be right back, and get a little bit of alizarin crimson. So I have phthalo blue and alizarin crimson. There we go. And you just mix these on the brush. And let's go right up here. I thought today maybe we'd just do a happy little painting. I've already covered the canvas with a nice thin even coat of the liquid white. So it's all wet. It's ready. So we can get started now. Just using little crisscross strokes, we can begin just putting in a happy little sky. A little more of the color. There. And I'm just sort of varying the crimson and the blue proportionately, so we have different mixtures. Some of it's a little bit to the reddish side, some's a little bit to the bluish side. I want this to be a very soft little painting today. Very quiet, very soft. There we go. And maybe right on over here. Just wherever you want them. Just putting some pretty little things in the sky. Still using little crisscross strokes. There. A little more of the crimson, a little more phthalo blue. Let's go right up in here. There we go. Just put those in. Yeah. Down to about like so. We really don't have to make any big decisions yet. Okay, let's wash our brush. And we'll scrub it with odorless thinner. And there's a screen here in the bottom of my can that I scrub the brush against. That allows the solid materials to sort of settle to the bottom. Shake it off. And just beat the devil out of it. Now then, that brush clean has got to be the most fun part of the whole technique. With a clean, dry brush, we can just blend this guy together. Now it's continually mixing with the liquid white. So all these beautiful little effects just happen automatically. And you can just blend it to any degree of lightness that you want. The more you blend it, the softer it's going to become. You sort of have to just make a big decision. There. Just blend it. Still using little crisscross strokes. Like so. Okay, then very lightly, just barely touching. You just go across, and that takes all the brush strokes out and softens, blends everything together. There. Now then, tell you what, let's have some fun. Go right back into the crimson and back over here to the phthalo blue, same colors, and I'm just mixing them on the brush. Just mix them right on the brush. Maybe there's some little trees that live back here in the distance. All you got to do is touch the canvas and just pull it down. Just touch, pull downward. See there? They're very light, very subdued, quiet little trees. There, just sort of decide where you want them to live, and that's exactly where they are to live. There we go. See, wherever you want them. Isn't it fantastic that you can create a world that easy? Maybe, right up here, like so. There. Hope you enjoyed my little friend. He's quite a character. He's a little blue jay, he's just a few weeks old. On one of the earlier shows I had shown a robin that I raised and turned loose. And a lot of people wrote and wanted to know how he was doing. He's doing fantastic. We turned him loose. And he's out living with all of his friends now. And in a few weeks, we're going to turn this little blue jay loose. Now I'm going to take a clean brush. I want to create the illusion of mist at the base of this. So very firmly, tapping with the top of the brush, just tap. This will create a very, very soft, misty effect. Just tap it. Really get in there and tap it. This is where you take out all your frustrations and hostilities. There. It's better than going home and arguing with your spouse. See there? Just tap very firmly. And then lightly, just lift upward. See how soft and misty that becomes that quick. There we are. Okay, maybe. Let me find a fan brush here. There's one. Let's mix up a little bit more of that lavender here. Some blue, lizard crimson, and I'll just mix some with the knife. Be right back, get a little bit of white. I want to lighten that just a little bit. Maybe a touch more of the crimson. There we go. Good. Okay, let me clean off my knife here. Okay, I'm going to put a little bit of that on the fan brush. Just work the brush back and forth. And maybe back in here, maybe right there. Maybe there's a happy little evergreen tree that lives right there. And all you do is just work it back and forth. We'll just let him fade right into nothing down here. Softer. And we'll give him a friend. However many trees you want in your world. That's exactly the right number. There. Okay. Maybe, tell you what, don't want this side left out. Let's put one that lives right there. Just back and forth with the brush. And we want him just to fade right into the mist. We'll come back and tap a little bit and make it even mistier. I like these little misty paintings. Sometimes you'll find that paintings that are very soft and misty may be a little more difficult to do than ones that are bright and shiny. But either way, whichever kind of painting that you like and you want to do, that's the right kind. There. Okay. Now back to my 2-inch brush, and we'll gently tap this. We'll just tap it and bring it right into nothing. It's very soft. Lift upward. See? They just sort of float around down in the mist. Okay, tell you what, while we got that old brush, I'm going to take that same brush, leave the lavender color that we had on it, and add a little bit of the Van Dyke brown, same color. Lavender with a little bit of Van Dyke brown, just to darken it up a little. Let's go right up in here. Maybe right over in here, we just tap downward. Maybe there's just a little group of trees that live right in here. Bushes and trees and all kinds of little things. See there? Just let them work right on out to nothing. There. There we go. Can you hear Mr. J over there still talking? He thinks it's lunchtime. There we go. Okay, and maybe there's a more distinct tree or two in here. Same way. There. We'll give him another one. Like so. That's all there is to it. All there is to it. You can put as many or as few of these in your painting as you want. Now, once again, with our large brush, I want to create that illusion of mist. Just very soft, barely touching. There. Now, toward the bottom of this, you want to hit harder than up here. Up here, I'm not hitting very hard. Down here, I'm striking quite firmly, like so. There, just really get in there and tap it. And then, once again, lift very gently upward. And maybe you want to put here and there the indication of a more distinct tree or bush. Maybe there's a different kind of tree. You can still just use the top corner of this brush. Just put in, see? Just tap it, turn it, so you build a general shape. And you can create the illusion of any kind of little tree or bush that you want back here. That easy. There we go. Some of them you can just pull downward. Okay, the other side of the brush is still pretty clean, so we can tap it. And once again, create that illusion of mist there. Looks like it's maybe early in the morning, and the fog hasn't been burnt off by the sunshine. Very soft. Shoot, we're having so much fun. Let's just keep on going here. I'm just going to take the old 2-inch brush and tap it right into some of that same color. Just tap it like so. Okay, now then, maybe there's some land masses that live in here. Now you have to start making some big decisions. Where's your land live? Maybe. Yeah, right along in there. All we're doing now is putting in a dark color so our light will show. You need dark in order to show light. You know, it's sort of like life itself. You need a little sadness in your life so you know when the good times come. And it's the same here. You need a little dark so you know when the light's there. There. Just let that come right down like that. Just layer after layer. There we go. Yeah. Okay, over here, same way. All I'm doing, once again, is just blocking in a base color here. Just blocking it in. Like that. Put a bit more there. Okay. See there, already you're beginning to see the lay of the land though. This is good practice for when you're putting your highlights on. Okay, let's go back over here and put a little more over in here. There we are. And that quickly, we filled up this whole area. Now you could just paint it on, but I find that it works better by tapping it so you can begin to make out all these little indications of the land flowing and moving here. Yeah. There we go. Now then, let's take and begin applying some highlights to that. I'll just use the same old brush here. Go right into a small amount of the cad yellow. And because it has all the blue and the lavenders on it here, when I touch the yellow, it's going to turn a beautiful green color. And tap the brush like that. Tap it. Load some color into the bristles, okay? Now then, here's where we begin putting on all the little highlights, the pretty part. See there? And all you're doing is just barely touching. I'm going to add a little bit of the yellow ochre and the Indian yellow. Maybe even throw in a little touch of bright red here and there as we paint along. Just to break it up and give it all kinds of beautiful little colors. But in your world, you sort of look at it and decide what you want. There. Maybe over here. There we go. We don't want this side left out. See there? Put all kinds of little things in there. There's one. Wherever you want them to go. Just that easy. Okay. But all you're doing here is tapping, and the more you tap, the softer this will become. You can make it to where it absolutely just looks like velvet. So soft. That's so pretty when you do it that way. And at home, you have more time than I do. You can take your time and do something that looks much, much nicer than this. There. Okay, just continually tap. There. This is very simple, and I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Give it a try. You know, I get, and I've said this before, I get letters every week from people all over the country that tell me they have finally picked up the old brush and they're painting some of the most fantastic paintings. They never believed that they could do it. And you really can. You don't have to be blessed by Michelangelo at birth. You can paint. All you need is a little bit of equipment, somebody to show you how, and that's our job. We show you how. And practice. You do need to devote a little time to practice. There we go. If you're like most of us, you didn't learn to tie your shoe on the first time you tried it. And it's the same here. With practice, it'll get easier and easier. There. Okay. Just bring it right on across like this. There. A little touch of the bright red here and there. We'll sparkle this rascal up. Just a little. Doesn't take much. There. See, but already, in this short a time, it looks like a whole meadow out here. Just very soft. This would be a super place to take your shoes off and sort of just run through there barefooted and find your big old tree and sort of kick back and just enjoy God's beauty. There. Okay. A little bit right down in here. Like so. But follow the lay of the land. It's most important here that you follow the basic lay of the land and work from back to front. Forward, forward, forward all the time. There. Okay. All right. Now we can have some fun. Tell you what. Grab my knife here. I think my friend Mr. J's approving here. He's over here squawking. I don't know if you can hear him or not, but he's sitting here with me. Yeah, what you think? Huh? Okay. He says we're doing all right. Use the fan brush here. We'll mix up some dark color. We had some black and some Prussian blue, some Van Dyke brown, a little touch of crimson. Let's go right up here. Maybe there lives, back in our world here, right there. Maybe there's just a happy little tree that lives right there. See, and just all we're doing is tapping with the fan brush. Just give him a little tap. And that makes those nice little fuzzy edges. Okay, now then, maybe there's a leaf or two out here on this tree. There. And all you're doing is touching and pushing downward here. And use the shape of the fan brush to your advantage. You've probably noticed we use absolutely no patterns here. I don't like to draw my painting out because it gives you restrictions. And then you have to stay in the lines. Shoot. This is such a free form of painting that we just sort of start off and go with it. Let it happen. And within a very short time, if you practice, you learn to compose your paintings as you paint. Another question that I'm asked continually is if we do any editing on these shows. Now, I know some of the shows have editing. We do not. There's absolutely no editing here. What you see actually happens in the time that you see it happen. There, see there? But that easy, you can make a happy little tree. Let's give him another little friend right there. Just as many or as few as you want. This will give you a little practice and show you how to do it. There. Okay. Decide where you want the little limbs to hang and how far they go. Drop them in. Back with our brush with a little bit of color on it. A little bit of the yellow. We can come down here and clean up his little foots. Like so. There. Put a little dark color down here to indicate there's a little shadow living under this tree. There. See there? That's all there is to it. Okay. Maybe. Let's get crazy. Let's have some fun today. I'm going to take the small knife, a little bit of Van Dyke brown, and go right up in here. And let's put some land in, right in this little recessed area here. Let's just scrub in a little bit of land. And I'm just using straight Van Dyke brown. Just scrubbing it in, using quite a firm pressure here. I really want this paint to be mashed right into the canvas. Looks like a little path out through there. Just sort of wanders around. Now you could make a beautiful little path there. That easy. If you wanted one. Once again, painting is such an individual thing. All we want to do here is show you how to do things. What you do is totally up to you. This is your world, and you create it the way that you want it. And if you like it, then it's right and it's good. Painting, as I say over and over again, painting should make you happy. If it doesn't make you happy, you're doing the wrong thing. I spent half my life doing a job that I really didn't want to do. And now I'm doing what I want to do. And now work is fun. And I've met so many fantastic people through the joy of painting. And that may be the most fun at all. I've made friends that I just never dreamed. And that's super. There we go. Just put a little dark here and there. Okay. Now then, let me find the fan brush. Okay, we'll take a fan brush, we'll go right into our yellows. A little bit of green. Load the brush full of color, a little yellow ochre. And let's go right up in here and let's just push in some happy little bushes that come right down in this little dirt area here. Just right down to the edges. That sort of brings it together. Like so. Just brings it all together. There. Now I have several fan brushes going, so I don't have to spend all my time cleaning brushes. I'm going to tell you what we're going to do here. I'm going to take a little liquid white on my fan brush, and I'm going to go right into some titanium white. Be right back. I'll reach up here, get the least little touch of phthalo blue. So I have liquid white to make it thinner, titanium white, and a touch, just a touch, of phthalo blue. Load the brush full of color. Now back to our golden rule here. A thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So let's have some fun. See, we had a nice path up here. Now watch. Maybe, doop, Look at there. Maybe in your world, there's a little trickle of water that flows right down through here. It makes just a bubbling little waterfall, a little stream. Just let it play. Come right on down, bloop, wherever you want it to go. See there? Just let it go. Let it have fun. There. Now, the thin paint will stick right over the top of this thicker paint without it becoming mud. Now, every once in a while, you may have to stop, wipe your brush off, but that's okay. Overall, you'll get a very nice effect here. Look at that. Just a little trickle of water is playing through the meadow here, and it's just having a good time. Tell you what, let's have some fun. Maybe gonna grab some Van Dyke Brown on the fan brush. Tell you, maybe, yep, right here. Let's just drop in a big tree, bigger tree. He lives right there. A little black, a little brown, and onto that, put in just a few leaves here and there. As many or as few as you want. Shoot, let's get crazy. You know me, I like these old big trees, maybe. Right there, be brave. This is your bravery test. Just brown and black. You don't have to be too careful here, just sort of knock it in. Tell you what, while we got that brush going, let's put a tree on the other side. Come right over here with me. And, yep, right here lives a big old tree. See, all you're doing is just firmly tapping. There, give him a big root down here. Now then, I have another brush that we were using for the stream that has white on it. So I'll take it and go right down the side, and that'll make the highlight side of this tree. And you can just blend that right together. Isn't that a sneaky way to make a beautiful little tree? Okay, over here, this one needs some too. Just like so. Put the lightest on the edge and then blend it back. Lighter, 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 lighter. Gentle touch, very gentle. Okay, now then, let's take some paint thinner. A little paint thinner on our liner brush. We'll go right into some brown. This should be thin, just almost like ink. Let's go right up here. Maybe there's a big old branch that hangs down right there. Got a little arm that comes out through here. If you have trouble making your paint flow, then it's just not thin enough. Add some more thinner. There. Okay, a few little things here and there. Wherever you want them. A couple over here. Like that. The old clock on the wall tells me it's about time to leave you for today. As I'm finishing this up, I'd like to thank you very much for being with me today. I certainly hope you've enjoyed this painting. I hope you enjoyed meeting my little friend. And we'll be back with you again. So on behalf of the entire Joy of Painting staff, I'd like to wish you happy painting and God bless. Welcome back. I'm certainly glad you could join me today. You ready to do a fantastic painting with us? Super. Hope you got your paints out and you're all ready. Tell you what, let's start out today and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, come on up here and let me show you what I've already done. I have a black canvas up here today, as you can plainly see, and I've covered this with black gesso. Now, black gesso is designed to make the canvas black, but then we let the black gesso dry completely, and onto that I've added, we've taken some alizarin crimson and phthalo blue mixture, and we've just painted the whole canvas with it. As we've worked out from the center, I've added a little more blue, so it gets progressively darker toward the blue side as it goes out. And I hope all that makes sense. It's just alizarin crimson and phthalo blue, and we've covered the entire canvas. All right, and to that, let's have some fun. Now, I love to do these kind of paintings when we're doing public demonstrations, for example, because people don't know that you've already put color on this black canvas, and we use transparent color. And you start off and all you do is put a little white on your brush and you go up to the canvas like so, and you touch this canvas and all of these fantastic little colors just begin to happen. And people think it's magic. Especially, as I say, if they didn't see you put anything on this canvas, it's really a super way to draw a crowd if you're ever out demonstrating publicly. It's a lot of fun. And watch here. Maybe we'll just do like this. Just make little rocking strokes. Let's just bring it right on around. There we go. Like so. And all I'm using here is just straight titanium white, nothing else. Just straight titanium white. And you can create some of the most beautiful effects. Now, if this is going to be our lightest area, and I think in our painting today we'll have that as our lightest area, be sure there's nothing in the sky that's lighter than right here. Just like so. Okay, just make all kinds of beautiful little effects. And we're not too worried at this point. All we're doing is just throwing in a little color. We'll come back with a big brush and we'll smooth it all out and blend it together. Just putting in some color right now. Just enjoy. There. Okay, now you can do this with any transparent color that you want on this black gesso. And sometimes I get letters and they say, how do you tell if a color is transparent? The easiest way, I'll tell you what, let's do it. Watch here. Let me take a little touch of bright red, for example. Bring the camera right up here. Now see, if you put bright red on there, it still looks red. Boy, does it look red. Now, stay in that same spot. Let me take a little bit of, this is phthalo blue, and when I put it on here, see, it looks black. That's how you tell if a color is transparent, or at least transparent enough for our particular purposes. There we go. Of course, now I have a blue and red finger, but that's all right. Now, with a good, clean, dry brush, and I can't stress enough that it be dry when you go up over this, because if it's wet, has a little thinner on it, you're going to mix all these up. Very gently, making little crisscross strokes. Very gently. Just begin blending this. And you can blend it to any degree of lightness or darkness that you want. Because there's color on the canvas. The more you blend this, the darker it's going to become. There. See there? Just like so. And it's unbelievable some of the fantastic little things that you can make happen in the sky. So easy. It's a beautiful way to do sunsets. All you need is to cover this with straight alizarin crimson. Then put a little white or yellow on it. You can't believe what happens. Oh, beautiful, beautiful sunsets. They just jump out at you. Okay, let's have some fun today. Shoot, every once in a while, it's a lot of fun just to get a little bit crazy. Take a little bit of lavender. It's made from phthalo blue. I reach up here and grab some alizarin crimson. Just lavender color, a little more crimson into that. There we go, nice. Okay, let's go right up here. Maybe right up in here lives in our world. Use just the corner of the brush. Just a happy little cloud right over this area. Right over it. Just a happy little cloud that floats around, has fun. Just let your imagination go. You don't have to be crazy to do this, but as the old saying goes, it helps. It does help. There, and maybe that comes right on around like so, however you want it. Another little thing right in here, wherever. Okay, now then, we'll go back to our 2-inch brush. Be sure it's dry, because if it's not, you're going to run into Agony City here and you're going to be upset with me. And I want this to work for you. Barely touching it, just grazing it. Just going to blend it a tiny bit. And then we're going to give you a bravery test, very lightly. Just go over the entire thing. Just go right over it. And that easy. You have a fantastic little cloud just laying up here in your sky. And that particular cloud is just, oh, it's a perfect place. We'll just use let me find a clean brush. That one's too dirty. Get a little bit of titanium white on my fan brush. And you can do this with a 1-inch brush or whatever. Come right up in here, grab this, and just pew. See, let a little light just play right out of that. Touch it. You need to do this fast, though. If you do it slow, it doesn't seem to work. But you know how ever so often you can see the light rays just slipping right out of a cloud. That easy. Now then, here, I'll just take my finger and I go right around and I'll bring that dark back over part of it. See how that pushes that light back and just brings that dark cloud right up there. Super, super little way to make that work. There. That easy. That easy. You've got a fantastic little sky. Okay. Tell you what. Let's build us a little mountain. For that, we'll take some black, some Van Dyke brown, and alizarin crimson. Just mix it up like so. Take the knife, cut off a little roll of paint so it's right out on the edge of the knife. Okay. Now, we have to make our first big major decision. Where does your mountain live? Maybe in our world, our mountain just sort of lives right here, wherever you want it to live. There. Maybe there's a little bump there, and maybe it just comes down like that. Scrape off all the excess paint. Really get in there and really scrape hard. You're not going to hurt this. There. Okay, let me wipe off my knife. And we'll take a large brush, and I want to grab that and pull it. Just grab it and pull it downward. There we are. Okay. Now then, today let's have some fun. We use titanium white. Go reach right up here, grab some dark sienna, and just pull that through so it's sort of marbled. I don't want to overmix this. A little touch of Van Dyke brown in there too. But mostly dark sienna and white. Let me wipe the knife off so you can see this very plain. Okay, we have our paint pulled out very flat like that. Now take the knife and just cut across and get our little roll of paint off. That multitude of colors that you see here is also on the knife, okay? Now then, barely touching. Just let that touch and just slide right down there. A little bit right there, there. Okay, we go right up in here. Isn't that pretty? See there? That easy, you can do it. You can do it. You can do anything. And you need to believe that. Anything that you believe you can do, if you believe it sincerely and strong enough, you can do it. You can do it. And I sincerely believe that. I don't think there's any limit to your limitation. Add a little blue to that same color. Okay, I'm gonna reach over here. I'm gonna get the small knife. I like that little knife. And let's go right up in here. Little knife gets in these small areas sometimes better than the big one. And I'm just going to put, see there, a few little indications of some shadows here and there. Just like so. Maybe we'll just sort of bring these around and, see there? Put a little valley right in there. That easy. Over here, we need a little something. Don't want that left out. See, and you can let a little of this dirt spill over and just use your imagination. You know, to me, painting represents freedom. On this canvas, you can do anything that you want to do. Anything. That may be the nicest thing that happens. I'm gonna take a little. Let's take a little bit of white, least little touch of phthalo blue in it. I'm just making sort of a light blue. That's all I'm looking for, just light blue color. I'm going to sneak right in here, just barely touching. And maybe there's a tiniest little bit of snow that's laying down in this valley. Lay a little color in there, and then just barely give it a little pull. Let it sort of blend together. Snow's old and it's dirty. There. But it makes a little light spot down in there. Okay, back to our original little colors here. We can come right back in here. Just like so. See how you can create little valleys and just there. Watch. There's one. Go back in here. We need a shadow in between them. Like so. And we can take our small knife in here and there. We can drop back in some little dark edges. Boy, that'll just make some deep shadows way back in there. There's just no limit to the number of things that you can do. And mountains teach you better than any other single thing how to use a knife. If you can make mountains, then you can create rocks and stones and buildings. In some of the previous series, we've painted entire paintings using nothing but the knife. And that's a lot of fun. That knife is just spectacular if you let it work for you. But it's like everything else. You need to devote a little time to practice with it and make it your good friend. Now then, with a clean, dry brush, I want to very gently tap the base of this. Just gently tap, like so. See, following the angles, that's very important, that you follow those angles. There we go. Over here, the angles are going this way, so that's the way you tap. When I tap the brush like that, all I'm doing is knocking off any excess paint that I picked up. It's easier than going through that whole cleaning procedure there. Boy, isn't that a son of a gun sticking up there? It's a nice mountain. Now then, take a little more of that white on my fan brush, and maybe you want this light, some of it to zing right across here. Now this really is your bravery test. Be very careful. Just barely touch. See, you can bring a little bit of that right across that mountain, but please be careful here. Just barely graze it. Barely graze it. Okay, let's take the old 1-inch brush. Let's have some fun. 1-inch brush, we'll go into some titanium white. I'm going to be right back. Get a little bit of blue. And titanium white. Okay, now then let's go right up in here. Just blue and white. Maybe there's a little footy hill that lives right in here. Just a little foothill. All I'm doing is tapping downward. There, see there? Just sort of decide how you want your foothill to be shaped. Now you can also, let me show you another way here. I'd like to show you as many possibilities. Use the corner of the brush and pull down. That makes more rounded type things. See, it just sort of depends on what you want in your world. You can have ones that look more like evergreens, or you can have ones that look like rounded. Maybe these are birch trees or maple trees. Well, I don't know. Trees that are basically round on top. It's up to you. In your world, you have to make these kind of decisions. There. Okay. And we'll just tell you what, maybe this just comes right on across. Like so. Like so. There we are. Now then, I want to, once again, create that illusion of mist. I'm going to take the large brush and just tap the base. I like these nice, soft, misty paintings. There. All you're doing is firmly tapping right at the base of this. This is where you take out all your frustrations and hostilities. Really get in there and sock it. Like so. And then lift very gently upward. Very gently. Okay. Let's have some more fun. Let me find, there it is. Shoot. When you get my age, you start losing things. Couldn't find my fan brush for a second there. Use some Prussian blue, black, crimson. Just mix them together here. Good dark color here. We're looking for a color that looks black. Okay. Load a lot of color into the fan brush. And maybe we'll put some distant little trees back in here. And all I'm going to do is just tap. See, the dark against the light. You're always playing games with light and dark colors. There. Dark against light, light against dark. That's what makes your painting stand out and look special. There we go. There we go. See there? You can do it. That's a lot of trees. Did you ever believe you could do a whole forest that quick? You can. It's a lot of things that you just, they're easy if you know how. And we want to show you how to make it work. There we go. Okay. Now then, I'm going back to my fan brush that has the white paint on it, or the light color. It can be light, blue, it doesn't matter, whatever. Touch and pull gently up, and it'll give the indication of little tree trunks that are far, far away. Far away. And if you get one that's too bright, just continue to rub it, and it'll pick up that dark color underneath. There we go. See there? That's all there is to it. Now then, as I say, if they're too bright, all you have to do is just continue to rub them, and they'll go away. That's all there is to it. Okay, get me a clean paper towel here. Now then, let's put some little grassy things in here. So we'll just use this old dirty brush. What the heck? I'm gonna go right into the cad yellow and tap. Just tap. I reach up here and get a little of that dark green, little sap green. I want to darken that up a little bit. Don't want it too bright. Just tap. But see, you go down and let it slide a little. I'm exaggerating, but that's what we're doing when we tap, so that there's paint right on the tip of those bristles. Now then, maybe there's a happy little meadow right in here. Watch here. All you have to do is just tap. And you can begin creating a beautiful little soft meadow that lives back in here. And look how it stands out. Stands out pretty. Okay. There we are. Just let it go. I want it a little bit darker. There, that's it. And then start in the back and work forward, forward, forward. Always working forward. Isn't that super? There. And this tapping with a brush to make this grass, this is one of the neatest little effects that we've came up with. It's so easy. And I know we have so many questions about it. Just the other day in our newsletter, I wrote a long article about how you do this and how you make it work. Because so many people have written they like this. And there just isn't time in a 30-minute show to answer all the questions, though I do try. There we go. All right. I was talking to a fellow the other day and asked him, I said, "What's your religious orientation?" He says, "What?" I said, "What's your church preference?" He says, "Red brick." So sometimes it's good just to have fun. There. Okay. But see how this is creating layer after layer of little grassy areas? Just like so. Okay. And on this black background here, boy, that just shows up like crazy. It's beautiful. And you don't have to put any base color down because your black is already there. Your dark color is already there. Sneaky. I love these black canvases. They create some of the most striking effects imaginable. There we go. Okay. Shoot, let's really have some fun. You know me and my big trees. I like big trees in paintings. But when you're painting at home, if you don't want a big tree in your painting, leave it out. Or if you don't want a mountain in your painting, or if you want 2 mountains or 3, it doesn't matter. You add or subtract to make your world. This is that same color that I was using. Tell you what, maybe there's a little tree that lives over here somewhere. Right here, just a small little tree, sort of back in the background. There he is. Little evergreen. Hey, we can put an arm or 2 on him. It just sits out here in the sun and has fun. See there? Happy little tree. Happy little tree. Somebody wrote me one time, they said, everything in your world seems to be happy. Absolutely. There's enough sorrow in the world. Shoot, you can just watch the news if you want to see bad stuff. In this world here, everything's happy. Now then, maybe right down here toward the base, I want to put the least little indication of a little highlight coming, striking from there. Just a little highlight, don't want much. Take my brush here, tap in a little touch of that color around his foots. We're in business. Shoot, that was fun. Let's do another one. Van Dyke Brown. Just use a lot of Van Dyke Brown here. Let's go right over here. Maybe on this side, maybe there's a big tree. I mean, a big old tree. And he's all gnarly and bent. And, oh, he's had a hard life. He's like me. He's been kicked around and beat, banged. Oh, poor old tree. Poor old tree. There we go. See there? Give him some character. Shoot, old straight trees aren't always the most interesting. I like them old trees that, or they look like they've been stepped on or something when they were little. Okay, now we can just take a little white, a little bit of dark sienna. Let's go right back up here. And let's just, this is our light source right here, so let's just come right along in here and let's put a little bit of light right out here on his edge. See, just tap him in. Just tap him in. There. As you work back, use less and less pressure so it gets darker, darker, and it makes that tree look round. See, there. There we go. Gives him some roundness, not just a flat old tree out here. See, we give him a root that comes on out here. We don't know where he goes. We don't even care. There, a little bit of grass right around the bottom of his little foots. Big foots, just big foots. Okay, now I'll take my liner brush, dip it in some paint thinner, go right into the Van Dyke Brown. I want this paint to be thin like ink, almost water consistency. All right, let's have, I don't want to cover up this area. That's the prettiest part of the painting, or I hope it will be. But we can have a limb or two that's getting close. See, now if you have trouble making this paint flow, it just means that you don't have your paint thin enough. Add a little more paint thinner to it. It'll flow. It'll flow. There. Maybe there's one. Right there. See, wherever you want them. Wherever you want them. This one here maybe comes around, maybe bends, comes right on around this way. Tree limbs just grow every which old way. There. And we don't want them all just projecting from the side. There, some of them, as I say, come around in front of the tree, some are behind, just hover. There we go. See there we are. Boy, that's a rough looking old tree. He's had a heck of a life. Take a little bit of light color here. This is a little bit of the phthalo blue and white, and just here and there, add a little touch of highlight so you can see a little light striking up through here. Now then, let's take our number 3 fan brush. I'm going right back in that same old dark color. I think that was some Prussian blue, some black, some brown, some crimson. Okay, let's go back up here. Now here and there, maybe this old tree, just push upward. Maybe this old tree has a few old limbs hanging around here. Just a few. There we go. See, most of them are gone because I don't want to lose that area. But here and there's a few. Okay, I'll wash that brush out. I'm going to go right into white. And once again, there's a little of that phthalo blue left in it. Just a cool color. Let's go right back up here. And I'm just going to push in the indication of a little highlight here and there. Boy, isn't that something? Look at that rascal sparkle. Tell you what, let's have some fun. I love these. Bring the camera right up here so you can see the whole thing. And I have contact paper on here, and watch what happens when I take this off. Isn't that fantastic? That's one of the super little ways of making a striking painting that I've ever seen. And with that, I'm going to take a little red on my liner brush, thin it down. We're going to sign this one, and we're going to call it finished. I really hope you've enjoyed it. These ovals are fantastic, and you'll have a lot of fun with them. From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless, and I look forward to seeing you next time. Hi, I'm glad you could join me today. I have my little friend Jay here with me again today. We've got so many cards and letters in. So ever since I showed him on the program, I just thought I'd show him one more time. He is the cutest little devil, and he lives with me, and we have a good time together. Hi. He's a little blue jay, and he's one of the neatest little friends, and he's very excited being here in the studio. This is something brand new to him. And he said, look here, you want something to eat, huh? There, yeah. Oh, easy. He'll swallow your whole finger if you're not careful. Tell you what, let's have him run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me, and I'll put him over here, and we'll get started. Here you go. You sit over here. There. All right. I hope you enjoy seeing these little rascals as much as I like showing them to you. These things are really my friends, and I enjoy the birds, and we have a lot of fun together. So I tell you what, today let's do a happy little winter scene. Just something that's got some snow in it, and I'll show you a nice, easy way to make a very effective scene. Let's start out with a little bit of phthalo blue on the 2-inch brush, just a tiny amount, the tiniest amount. Reach right up here, get a little touch of the midnight black. So we have black and blue, or blue and black, whatever your preference. Okay, let's go right up in here. Now I'm just gonna bounce in some happy little sky areas here. Just sort of let them play and have fun, like so. For the time being, I'm gonna leave some areas open. We'll come back and we'll blend some of this into it, but right now, I'm just gonna leave that open. There we go. All kinds of little things, just let them bounce and play in there. There. There's some right along in there, wherever you want them. There. And the black in here will add a little mood to it. It'll make it a little darker, a little depressed. You know, winter sometimes is cold, and so the more black that you put in with your blue, the more gray it'll become, and the colder and the drearier it'll look. So if you want to make a painting that's very, very dreary looking, add quite a bit of the black color. If you want it to be a little brighter, then add more of the blue. There. Okay, we'll just wipe the old brush off down here. There. It's a good way to clean the brush off. And I might have a little bit of water down here. So just wipe the brush off. We don't really care right now. We'll put some snow down here, so this will just become shadows in the snow. The canvas was covered with liquid white when we started, so this is mixing with the liquid white, and it blends beautifully. If you were on a dry canvas, it'd be very difficult to do this. Okay, let me wash my brush. And as you know, we wash our brushes with odorless thinner. Shake off the excess, and cover the whole studio. Now, with a clean, dry brush, I'm going to very gently just begin picking up a little of this color and let it blend right into the liquid white that's on the canvas here. Begin smoothing it all out. The basic shapes will remain in here. There. Isn't that super? It's very, very pretty, very soft. Very soft. There. But it's a fantastic and easy way to make a beautiful, beautiful little sky. There we go. Okay, and very lightly, just blend out the brush strokes. And if you want to create the illusion of individual clouds, just some of the color you picked up, just tap it on. And then give it a little blend. All right. That easy. We have one fantastic little winter sky. Okay. Tell you what, I'm going to go into a touch of the Van Dyke Brown, same old dirty brush. Got the Van Dyke Brown, black, a little touch of the phthalo blue, and all I'm going to do is just work a little color right into the bristles. Black, brown, little blue. That's all there is to it. And maybe way back here in the distance, there's just the indication of a little bit of little foothill showing way back here. We're just going to see a small amount of it. Just want the indication of some trees that are growing far, far away. This is so far away, you just barely can see them. Just let them disappear, almost into absolutely nothing. Now then, this is where the old big brush really comes in handy, because you can do fantastic things in a very short period of time. Let's take just plain, straight titanium white. Nothing else, just titanium white. Okay, right up here, I have to make a big decision. It's going to be snow on the ground. Where's your snow going to lay? I think it's going to be right about there. See there? All you do is just pull. That easy. And then begin blending, working it together. See this blue underneath, you leave areas and they become the shadows. There. Isn't that fantastic? I used to labor over winter pictures. They're so easy. All you need is a big brush, firm paint, little imagination, some practice, and you can do anything. Anything that you want to do here. Don't be afraid of it. Experiment. Experiment. Go out on a limb once in a while. Remember, that's where the fruit is. It's out there on the end of the limb. So you have to take a chance once in a while when you're painting. There. And the more you experiment, the more you learn, the better you get and the more confidence you get inside. And that's when it's fun. That's when you truly, truly experience the joy of painting. I'm using a little brown, a little black, touch of the blue, touch of the alizarin crimson, and just tap the bristles firmly. I'm just tapping the color right into the bristles. And we have to begin making some major decisions here. Maybe there's going to be some big trees here that, oh, maybe they hang over. Let's just do it and see what happens. Maybe right here. Use just the corner of the brush, see? And just begin tapping. You have to make a decision where these things live and then begin tapping. I always start at the base and work upward. That way, your darkest shadow color is always on the bottom. There. See, isn't that a pretty little bush? Just using the corner of the brush. So a big brush will do fantastic things if you just give it a chance. There's a tree. This one's a little bigger. Maybe it's this one's big brother. He lives right there, like so. See, just however tall you want him to be. A few little things there. Begin thinking about the lay of the land. I want the land to sort of go downward like that. So add a little more color, some black, brown. Shoot, let's put some dark sienna in there too. Dark sienna, little touch of the blue, not much blue. Let's go over on the other side. We need a big tree over here too. Once again, using just the corner of the brush, all you do is just tap. Just with a corner, see? That's all there is to it. Now then, begin working on basic shapes. Begin thinking about your shapes. Form. It's very important when you're doing trees and bushes. One of the things I always tell students when I'm teaching is remember that your friends, the little birds, have to have limbs out here to set on. So when you're shaping your tree, give them a place to sit. Think about them. Think about them. There. Let this tree just climb right on up in here. I'm going to start adding the least, let me say that again, the least little touch of yellow ochre. We'll just brighten this up, just the least little touch. Don't want much of that. I just want to give a little lightness to these limbs way out here. Least little amount. There we go. Look at that. That quickly you can build all these fantastic little trees and bushes Just using the corner of a big old brush. Okay, a little more of our color on the brush. Go right back in here. Once again, begin thinking about the lay of the land. It's becoming very important to us now. There. Okay. Isn't that fun? A little more of the color. Dark sienna, black, a little touch of blue, brown, maybe. Shoot, yeah, why not? Let's put another big tree over here. I want to sort of close this in and bring it together. Now maybe in your world, you want a different composition. One of the things that I recommend to people, once you learn the basic technique, which will take you a very short period of time, take 2 or 3 of the scenes out of our books or something and combine them into one scene. Make a new scene. You can take a tree out of this painting and a bush out of that one, and building out of one. Whatever. Combine them together and make entirely new scenes, and they become original compositions. I'm putting a little more of that yellow ochre in there. There. But don't be afraid to experiment. Boy, that's really where the fun comes in. There we are. See that old tree's just sort of hanging over, and it just sort of brings this whole composition together to a little more of the black and the brown. There we are. All I'm doing now is putting a dark base color on so our lighter colors will show. We're going to highlight that like there's snow on it. Okay, super. Super. Let me find my little liner brush. We'll go into some paint thinner. I'm going into Van Dyke brown. Let me get a little more thinner on the brush. We want this to be thin like ink or water. Very thin. Very thin. Turn that brush and then pull it out and bring it to a nice sharp point. Liner brush has very long bristles on it. Okay, now we can go back in here and just begin putting the indication here and there of a few little tree trunks in here. Need something to hold up these trees. Don't want them to fall over. Make a big splash in the snow. There. I lived in Alaska over 12 years, and the snow is so beautiful there. It's cold. Boy, is it cold. But so beautiful. There we are. See, we can just let's go on the other side over here. And in these little sticks and stuff, we can just put all kinds of happy little things. Some of them maybe come right on out, wherever you want them. There we go. Now for these larger ones, let me find a fan brush here. Shoot, that little brush is nice, but sometimes it's too slow. I'm just going to go into Van Dyke brown with a fan brush. Just work some right into the bristles, see? Both sides. Let's go up here. Now then, I want a nice strong trunk in this tree. If you don't make that little noise, it won't work. Okay, maybe it's got another arm here, like that. Look at there, look at there. See, that quickly you got a beautiful little tree trunk. Let's go on the other one here. Let's give him some arms. Maybe it goes right off the canvas. And I sort of have these leaning inward so it leads the eye into the painting. There. Maybe over here. There's another one. And we can go back to our liner brush and our thin paint. And we can put a little bit of detail into some of these. There we go. There's one that lives right there. Just a few here and there, wherever you think they should be. That's exactly where they should be. Paintings as individual as there are painters. Many different ways to do it. Any way that you want to do it. Let's go over here. Have a few there. See? If you have trouble making your paint flow, add more paint thinner. There we go. I'm going to put some highlights on these, so I'm going to cover up most of these little sticks and twigs and limbs that we're putting in here, so we don't have to worry about them too much, but a few will show, and we want them to look good. Wash my brush. And then I'm going back to my 2-inch brush, and we're going to start making some big decisions. I'm going to go right up here and grab the least little touch of alizarin crimson, the least little touch. Just want a tiny amount of pink. And I'm going to decide here that maybe the snow comes right along there. See, I'm going to pull it right across. There you go. Like that. See there? Allow it to pick up some of that dark color. That becomes shadows in your snow, and it's very pretty. There we go. Maybe over here, wherever you want it. There. See, let it sort of sneak right up in between those trees. Here it comes down. There. Look at there. You can just make all kinds of happy little things that easy. That easy. Okay. Now then, let's have some fun. Let me find, there's one, a nice 1-inch brush. I'm going to touch it to a small amount of the liquid white. Go right into my titanium white. Least little touch of alizarin crimson on it. Least little touch. Now I'm going to tap it like so. See, give it a little tap and a push. All right, let's go right up here. I want to put the indication up here of some beautiful little snow-covered highlights up in here. There. Think about form and shape. Don't just hit it random now. Don't hit it random. There. See there? Let all these little things just happen. Just let them happen. There. There. Look at that. Isn't that fun? Remember though that a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So that's the reason we put the little bit of liquid white in with the titanium white, just to thin it down some. That way it'll stick right on top without it all mixing together. If the paints are both the same consistency, you're going to run into problems. If the paint on your brush is thicker than what's on the canvas, you're going to run into big problems. Because all that happens then is it pulls the paint off the canvas onto your brush. And you become a mud mixer, and then you're unhappy with me. There. Maybe there's a little bush that lives right in there. Grab a little touch more of the crimson. There we go. There he is, see? A little bit of crimson will help separate, make all these little bushes individual. Give them names, make them friends, whatever it takes. Nothing wrong with talking to your little bushes. There. Over here, let's put some highlights right on this little tree. Don't want this little guy left out. There we are. See there? Okay. Let the light play through there and make him sparkle in the sun. Everybody wants their chance to sparkle in the sun. There. I knew you could do this. This is so nice. Makes you feel good when you paint. There. Maybe right here there's another little bush. Just comes right on down. And we can work up in the other direction. It don't make any difference which way you go. There. This big old tree. Let me grab a touch more of the crimson. There. A little more of the liquid white on my brush. Just to thin the paint. Just to thin the paint. When I went over that way, our friend the bird sitting over there, he thought I was going to feed him. There we are. See? There. Just put these highlights in. But don't kill all those beautiful dark areas. If you kill all those darks, it'll be very flat. Don't want that to happen. There. This is one of the easiest ways that I have ever developed to put highlights on trees. All you have to do is just sort of drop things in like that. Maybe down in here, a happy little bush or two. Yep, you're right. You knew they were there. Okay. There. See, I'm just putting it on the top. I'm leaving the dark area down here nice and dark. Okay, let me find another fan brush here. I have several fan brushes going. I want to begin taking this and pulling it, smoothing it very lightly. You can make this just as smooth as glass by working with it. Let's do a little trick here. Let's take a little white, least little bit of phthalo blue. I mean, tiniest little bit of phthalo blue. It goes a long way. Maybe right over in here, coming out of this area. Maybe, look at here. There's a little path. Maybe this is where the little creatures have wandered around. It comes right on around. Just by adding that little bit of blue, though, you can create the illusion of an indentation there, a shadow. That easy. And we said we were going to have a little lake here. So let's take a little of our dark color, some blue, a little brown, tap a little lead in there, and you have to make a big decision. Where's your lake going to live? Maybe right in here. This is just a little pond out here. Pull straight down. Straight down. It's most important. If you go sideways, it won't look right. Pull straight down. There we go. Maybe it goes right on over there. Just make a decision and drop it in. Then go across. Gives us instant reflections and makes it look like very cold water. That easy. Then we can take our fan brush and here and there, we can just put the indication of some little snow-covered areas that are working their way down here. There. See, maybe here's one over here, wherever you want them. See, here comes one out into the water. Just a stone out there that's all covered with ice and snow. Boy, it's cold out here. And we can clean up the bottom just using the fan brush and pull it across and make it look like, make it look even colder. Just barely grazing the canvas though. Makes those little lines right across there. And here and there, let me get another fan brush, a little touch of brown. You can even put a little stone that's sort of sticking out from underneath there. Just a little indication. See? However many you want. And then come along, clean it up, bring a little of that color right over the top of it. There. Okay. Look at that. There's our little path where the creatures come. They walk down this path and come over here and get them a little drink of water. There we go. All right. Tell you what, let's do. Let's go back to our liner brush. A little bit of Van Dyke brown. Maybe. I didn't realize how much I say that maybe stuff until one day I was doing a demonstration for a PBS station somewhere. And a little boy about 10 years old walked behind me, and as he walked behind me, he says, maybe. Made me realize how often I say that. Okay, all I'm doing there is just using a little brown, putting a touch of color. Then I'm going to add just at least a little bit of light on one side. And while we got that light going, let's put a little light on this tree down here. Maybe there's a little sunlight zinging right through here. There. Just strikes right on the edge there. Sparkle that tree up. Back to my brown. Maybe there's a little touch of wire hanging around there. Like that. See? Just let your imagination go. There we are. And here and there you can put a happy little stick. Some little twigs. There's always all kinds of little sticks and stuff that live in here. And they show different planes in your painting. They help create that illusion of depth. It's so important. So important. There we go. There's a few over here. Don't want this side left down. just to sort of bring it all together. There we are. Maybe there's one hanging right over that way. This is what makes it fun. These little finishing touches that you can just take your time and drop in. You can just do all kinds of things like that. There. You know, one of the questions I'm asked repeatedly when people write in, they say they bought a palette like this and it doesn't look like mine. Well, I take sandpaper and sand this palette so it doesn't shine, same as with the brushes and stuff. I take and put tape over them or we dull them somehow. But they're the same exact product that you're getting. We put that on only so you don't get great big light glares and the TV people would yell at me. Sometimes they scream and yell at me if I don't do that. So I'm just going to add a little dark here and there around the bottom. Just wherever. I think we're about on the verge of having a finished painting. What do you think, my friend? This is my little bird over here. He's sitting here. Let me pick him back up. Come here. Come here. There he is. Isn't this a character? What do you think? Did we do all right? Huh? Did we? Or would you get right up there? Huh? Come on. Where are you going? Okay. You sit there. No, you sit right there. All right. Tell you what, let's do. Let's take a little bit of red. Make it thin like water, and let's sign this painting. Right here. Okay. There we are. And with that, I think we have a finished painting. Yeah. So on behalf of my little friend, we call him Mr. J around the station here, on behalf of him, we'd like to wish each and every one of you happy painting and God bless. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join me today. You ready to do another little fantastic painting? Good. Tell you what, let's have them start off and run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. And as usual, they'll come across in the same order as I have them on my palette, starting with the white and working around. While they're doing that, let me tell you what I've already done up here. I have my standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas, and today I've taken a little contact paper and cut a design out of it and just stuck it on there. And on top of that, then I've put some liquid white, and we're all ready to go. So I hope you are too. Tell you what, let's get started. Today I'm going to start out with a 2-inch brush. I'm going to go right into the least little amount of Prussian blue. This is a very, very strong color. It doesn't take very much. Just tap a little bit into the bristles. There we go. Let's go right up here. Now we'll start right up here. We'll just use our little crisscross strokes and just dance in a happy little sky. That's all there is to it. Just have fun. Just sort of let it happen. There. Now then. This is continually mixing with the liquid white, and the color gets lighter and lighter as we work down the canvas. Tell you what, for a little variation, I'm going to go right into some phthalo blue. Same old dirty brush, and I'm going to reach right over here and get the least little touch of phthalo green. So we have phthalo blue and phthalo green. It's such a fantastic day. Let's just make a bright, shiny little painting it'll just make you happy. There we go. Just use some of these beautiful little colors. A little touch more color. There. And let's have some water in this painting. You know me, I'm such a water freak. I put water in just about every painting that I do. There. Let's go down, and I'll get a little more of the blue, a little more of the blue, and a little more of the green. And all I'm doing is just tapping the brush into the color. Pull out the tiniest little amount of color, and then tap the brush. There. That's all you have to do. Now, maybe the water will live right along in here somewhere. So let's just go right across like so. And we'll decide where the water is really at later. Right now, all we're doing is putting a little color on the canvas. Okay. Let's wash our brush. And we wash our brushes with odorless thinner. Scrub them off good. Get all the paint out. Give them a shake. And cover everybody. Now with a clean, dry brush, all I'm going to do here, still using the little crisscross strokes, is sort of blend my sky out. You can make this sky as soft as you want it, Or you can leave it with some action in it so it doesn't look dead. Very lightly. Go across. Take out the brush strokes. Okay. Now then, let's have some fun today. We'll use the old fan brush. We'll go right into titanium white with a fan brush. Load a lot of paint into the brush. A lot of paint. We'll reach down, he'll be right back, there we go. Get the least little touch of bright red in it. Least little touch. Okay, let's go up here. Maybe up here in the sky there lives just a happy little cloud. And he just sort of floats around up here and has fun all day. There. Just sort of let it play wherever you want it. And clouds are free. Clouds are very free. One of the freest things in nature. There we go. Okay, just maybe right along in there. And I'll take a clean, dry brush and very gently, I'm just going to blend the base of it out. Not touching the top yet. Knock off the excess paint off the brush. Then I'm going to grab it and lift it upward in a big circular stroke. And then very lightly, just blend it a little bit. Isn't that a super way of making a happy little cloud? Good. We don't want this cloud to get lonely. So let's go right in here. And we'll put another little cloud right here. And you can put as many or as few clouds in your world as you want. Just drop them in. There we go. Maybe one lives right in there. I don't know. Just make a decision. Drop it in. Knock off the excess paint again. There. I beat this big brush. It just removes the paint. That way you don't have to go through the entire cleaning procedure. Blend the base. Sort of lift it up, tease it a little bit. And then very lightly, just go over it. Isn't that easy? You've got a sky full of beautiful little clouds. We'll wash this brush. There. Okay. Let's build us a little mountain today. And I think for that, I'm going to take a little bit of black, Van Dyke brown, and a little touch of Prussian blue. There we go. Just sort of mix it like so. Pull it out as flat as you can get it. So go in straight with a knife and cut across. And get that little roll of paint right out on the edge of the knife. Okay? Now then, you got to make your first major decision. Where does your mountain live? Maybe he lives right there. Push this paint right into the fabric. Get tough with it. Zoom. Got to make all those little noises or it doesn't work right. There we go. See? Just sort of let that pull right out through there. Like so. And back to our large brush. And I want to grab that and pull it. Since this is wet, you can move the color. You can move paint right on the canvas. There. And just sort of let it disappear right down here into the mist. Okay, now then, let's take some titanium white and dark sienna. Got to mix that together, but leave it marble like it. Don't over mix it. And we're going to take and cut off once again that little roll of paint. And go right up here. No pressure. No pressure. Just touch and let it flow right down the side of the mountain. But no pressure. Just pretend you're a whisper floating across the mountain. There. There we go. All right, maybe. See, just sort of let the knife bounce and play. Think about where there's little peaks and ridges and where the sunlight would bounce through there and sparkle it all up. Wherever you want it. Okay, now then, let's take a little white, some Prussian blue, and some Van Dyke brown. Maybe a touch more of the white. There, very nice, very nice. That'll be our shadow color. Once again, we cut off that little tiny roll of paint. There it is. And let's go right up in here and just touch, zoom, and just follow the angles right down the mountain. just like that. There. I want to keep that side quite dark. I want this to really stand out. Okay. Now then, take a clean, dry brush. And I have several of each brush going here, so I don't have to spend all of my time cleaning brushes. And here I'm just going to tap. Just tap. Following the angles in the mountain. If you come straight across like that, it's going to cut it off like somebody took a big knife and just cut the bottom of it off. And we don't want that. Now very lightly, 2 hairs and some air. Lift that upward. So it just looks like it's sitting right out there in the mist. Now then, take the fan brush. This time, I've dipped the fan brush into a small amount of the liquid white. Liquid white first and then into titanium white, only to thin the paint a little. Now then, let's go up here. I thought today we'd have some happy little clouds that have floated down here, right down into the mountain here. Right in front of him, just floated down. Maybe they got tired and decided to rest a while, sit down here on this mountain, take life easy. There, see? That's all there is to it. Just let him float right on down there. And you put them wherever you want them, as many as you want. Clean, dry brush, very gently, very gently. Now then, we'll just stir these up a little bit. Very lightly. See, the paint we use down here, though, is very firm, very dry, and you can paint right over the top of it without it turning to mud. Be sure you have a very dry paint. A lot of times I have people write and tell me that they went to the art store to buy paint, and they said, oh, it doesn't matter what kind of paint you use, you can do that. Be sure the paint is very, very dry. If not, you're going to be angry with me. I want this to work for you. I'm going back to the same old mountain color here. Cut off a little roll, and maybe there's another mountain that lives here. Since we're doing a good tall vertical painting today, we can have several ranges of mountain. See, just once again, block in your basic little shape. This is good because it'll give you practice with a couple layers of mountains. There. Take our big brush, grab it, and pull it. There we go. But you can make layer after layer after layer. It's a super, super way to make friends with a knife. Okay. Go back to our highlight color, dark sienna and white. Touch and flow right down the side of the mountain. Just touch it and flow. That's all there is to it. Touch it, let it go. There. Okay. Tell you what, I'm going to get the little knife. That little rascal works so nice sometimes in these smaller areas. Get my shadow color. And let's go there. See how that little knife just sneaks right in there? We'll just put a little bit of shadow right along there. Wherever. Maybe have that highlight sort of wiggle and jiggle. And there we go. Just let your imagination be your guide. There. You're only restricted by your imagination. There we go. Just tap. Once again, you want this misty area at the base. That's the only thing you have to separate. It's that little soft misty area. All I'm doing is banging the brush a little bit to knock off the excess color. Now very lightly. Just whisper light, whisper light. Isn't that fantastic that you can create 2 rows of mountains, 2 ranges of mountains, that easy. But you can do anything. All right, let's have some fun. Maybe we'll make some little foothills back here. We'll take some little touch of the phthalo green, a little blue, a little bit of brown. We get some more white in there. Green, the blue, the brown. Need enough to get a brush dirty here. There. Not so much. Let me clean my knife off here. And tell you what, let's take a 1-inch brush. Then we'll go right into some of that color with a 1-inch brush. Just load both sides with a little bit of color. Let's go right up here. Now maybe we just take the corner of the brush, and maybe there's a happy little foothill that lives right along there. See, there he is. There he is. You knew he was there, didn't you? Straight down. Straight down. Now, with our big brush, I want to create mist. So tap that firmly. Firmly. See there? That easy. That creates the illusion of mist. Okay, we'll just take the same old brush. Maybe we need another foothill. I want to add a little bit of alizarin crimson to that. A little more of the Prussian blue. I'm going to darken it. Each layer of foothills, as they get closer to you, should get darker in value, darker in color. There we go. See there? By this being a little darker, now it'll stand out. It becomes an individual. It's different. There we go. And you can just make layer after layer after layer in your world. Wherever you want them, and as many as you want. There. Now, once again, I want to create that illusion of mist at the base. So take a big brush and really get tough with it. On the bottom down here. Don't get tough up here, but down here, just beat the devil out of it. This is where you take out all your frustrations and hostilities. There. It's also where you need a good, strong easel. If you don't have a good, strong easel, it's probably just going to just fall over on you. You don't want that to happen. This particular easel I made myself out of a platform ladder. It makes a super, super easel. It's good and strong. And you can use it to do a lot of other things. My friend Dana had to plaster on his house the other day, so he just took the easel head off and used his ladder to do some plastering. So you can too. It has multiple uses. I'm mixing up just some blue, brown, black, all the dark colors, a little bit of sap green in there too. We need a very dark color. Very dark color. There we go. And you're going to need a pretty good pile of it. There. Okay, let me find, there's a nice looking fan brush. Let's go right into this. Load the fan brush full of color, both sides. Okay, right up here now. Maybe there's some little trees that live way back here in the distance. Notice this color is darker. This color is darker, so it stands out. If it wasn't darker, it wouldn't look right. You ever looked at a painting and maybe you didn't know exactly what was wrong with it, but your mind told you something's not right? A lot of times it's something as simple as the fact that the color does not get progressively darker as it works forward. There, just lift up. Like so. Well, we've made one heck of a mess here, haven't we? We don't make mistakes, though. We have happy accidents. Very soon, you learn to work with anything that happens. I want a big tree there. This son of a gun, boy, the sun shined on him and he got a lot of water. Life was good to him. So he really got big, strong. Big old tree. Now then, let's create us a reflection. Because this is wet, you can make this paint slide and move, see? That easy. Just grab it and pull it. And lightly go across in instant reflections. Now then, we'll use some yellow. A little bit of green into it. And just mix these colors on your brush. Let's go up in here and let's put the indication of some nice, shiny little grassy things that are far away. I'm just pushing upward with the brush. There. So all there is to it. Just make a little peninsula that, there he is, lives right out there. And we got him. We'll take a little touch of the brown and white, this dark sienna and white. Put the indication of a little tree trunk in there. A little more of the dark green, and we can put just a few little highlights on this big evergreen here. We don't want any highlights back here. They're too far away. We want him to have a few right there, though. A little liquid white on the knife. Get us a little of that, and let's put us a water line right up in here. Just like so. Really cut that in. Act like you're trying to cut a hole right through the canvas. It's very strong, hard. And a few little ripples here and there. Now then, we have to start making some big decisions. So let's have some fun. Let's go up here and we'll get some black and some Prussian blue. What the heck? Just black and Prussian blue. And let's make a decision. Maybe in this particular painting, right here, I want some dark color. Just really get in there and wipe it on. Just maybe right along in there. Doesn't matter how you put this on, you can put it on with a paint roller. Start a whole new fad. But just drop it in. We need some dark in order to show some light that we're going to put on there. Let's make a couple of big trees. Back to our fan brush since it's already dirty. Maybe there lives in our world a big evergreen right there. And there he goes. There he goes. Big, strong evergreen tree. And that indicates by size that he's closer to you. He lives right here in the foreground. There. There we go. Just wherever you want him to live. Maybe. Yeah, let's say he has a friend right there. There. Okay. And just sort of work back and forth. That's all there is to it. These little evergreens live right there in your fan brush. Sometimes you have to sort of push them out, though. Okay. Shoot, that brush is too slow. Let's get serious here. Take the 2-inch brush, pull it through the paint in one direction. One direction. Load a lot of color into the bristles. And maybe right here lives just a happy little bush. And all we're doing is putting in the background color for the bush. We'll come back and we'll put all the beautiful little highlights on. Right now, we're just putting in some nice background color. Just push that brush, bend it. Just bend it. Something like so. Now then, let me find a fan brush. I'm going to dip it into the liquid white and then into titanium white. So we have liquid white, titanium white. The liquid white is only to make it thinner. Okay, let's go up here. Maybe the water's coming right along here. It's just having a good time, and oh my gosh, bloop, somebody has pulled the cork out. And there it goes. See, just let it fall. And it splashes down through here, and it just wanders on around wherever you want it to go. See there? Push upward to make those little foamy things. Just let it wander right on down. Okay, let me get a 1-inch brush. I'm going to dip it into the liquid white, once again, to thin the paint, then into some sap green and yellow. A lot of paint in the bristles. And let's begin putting some beautiful little highlights on some of these bushes and trees here. There. Think about individual bushes. Don't just throw this on at random. A little yellow ochre, a little Indian yellow, here and there, maybe just a touch of the bright red. Now, we need something for this to stand on. Let's take Van Dyke brown, and we'll go right there, and we'll make a little rock. Just a little rock for it to stand on out here. Maybe, yep, comes right over in here. Wherever you want it. Take a touch of that mountain color and we'll add a little highlight there. Look at that. Okay, and then we'll just pull that down on the side there. A little bit of our water splashing up against the edges. And back to our 1-inch brush. And get some more sap green, some yellow here. Now let's put a happy little bush here and there. Maybe some grow right down here. See? Let them grow right down like that. Let's go on the other side. Over here, there lives a nice bush. See? Think about individuals, though. I can't say that enough. Can't say that enough. A little touch of the bright red there just sparkles it up. Makes it really shine. Maybe right here. There. Tell you what, let's do. We need something for this side to stand on too. Back to my Van Dyke brown. And let's come right along in here. And we'll put a happy little stone that lives here. See? Just pull down. Like that. Look at there. Okay, a little bit of the highlight color. Just pull it across. Angles are very important when you're doing this. Angles. Always look at your angles here. Pull a little touch of it down. I want this to stay dark underneath, though. There we go. Now, back to our fan brush. We can splash a little bit of water up on there. That cleans up the bottom of that, brings it all together. Makes it really look nice. Tell you what, I'm going to go into a little bit of titanium white, the least little touch of phthalo blue. Let's get crazy today. Just a little bit of the phthalo blue. Maybe there's a little blue bush that lives right there. Once in a while, something like that really sparkles your painting up. Okay, then we can come right on back down in here. See there? Pushes everything right back into the distance. Now, take a touch of brown and white. A little indication here and there of a tree trunk. A little bit of highlight. Don't want too much. Like so. Scratch in a few little sticks and twigs. Now then, let's have some fun. Let's bring the camera right up here. I'm going to take the contact paper off now. Let's pull that right down. And look at that. Isn't that fantastic? Now then, watch here. The old clock on the wall tells me it's about time to get out of here. But I want to show you how you can bring this right out of this painting. Look at here. See there? Let this evergreen just protrude right out. I love these shapes made with the contact paper and some of the fantastic effects you can get with it. Look at there. A few highlights on it. Just like so. What do you think? I think we have a finished painting. I really hope you've enjoyed this. Give it a try. You can make all kinds of different shapes. Once again, you're only limited by your imagination. And from all of us here, happy painting and God bless. Hi, welcome back. Glad you could join me again today. Tell you what, let's have them run all the colors across the screen and then we'll go on up here and do a fantastic little painting. And I've got my standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas up here. It's covered with liquid white. It's all slick and ready to go. So let's go. Today I thought we'd do a little scene maybe that has some great big mountains, and I get a lot of letters saying I'm still having problems doing mountains. So let's work on some mountains today, and I'll take you step by step through that procedure, and I think it'll make mountain painting a little easier. Let's start out today with a small amount of phthalo blue. Very, very small amount. I'm going to reach right over here and pick up some of the midnight black. So we got phthalo blue and midnight black. Black and blue. Blue and black. Black and blue. That's the way I look when I talk back to my wife. There we go. All right, let's go right up here. using little crisscross strokes. Let's just lay in a quick little sky. Just let the brush just sort of dance and play and have fun, like so. Okay, get a little touch more of the color. And all we're doing is making little X's. And leave some holes open here and there in your sky. When we blend that out, that'll come out to, it almost looks like clouds up here, and you've done almost nothing. There. Now the more overcast you want your sky to be, the more black you add to it. That'll bring it down and gray it, and it'll make it look very overcast. Ooh, big old mean looking sky. There we are. Okay, while we have that brush dirty, take some of the same color, just blue and black. Just tap a little into the bristles. Blue and black. And let's just go right down here. We'll have a little water maybe coming right there. Right there. Pull from the outside in. That way you have these nice feathered edges here that are very, very easy to blend. If you start here and go over, it's very difficult to blend out those edges. And this is a lazy person's way of painting. We want it to be as easy as possible for you. Now then, let me wash my brush, give it a good scrub, shake off the excess. Now, I'm gonna warn you, if you do that in your living room the same way I do here, you're gonna redecorate the whole room in one heartbeat. Suggest you get your brush beater rack. It's a little rack that goes down in the bottom of a waste paper basket. You shake the brush inside of the basket and beat it on the rack, and it saves your happy home. That's no joke. Now then, with just a clean, dry brush, I'm going to begin blending the sky. Now you can blend it until it's very smooth and very subdued. I want it to keep some of these light spots in it. I don't want to kill all of them. But in your painting, you blend it to whatever degree of lightness or darkness that you want. Painting is very individual. There's as many different ways to paint as there are painters. So the big thing is that you do what makes you happy. And if it works, then it's right. There we go. See, that little light spot still remains in there, even though we've gently gone across it. All right. Let's have some fun today. We're going to do some mountains. So let's do some very simple little mountains. We'll take some Prussian blue and midnight black. And to that, I'm going to add a little bit of white. So we got blue, black, and white. Prussian blue, midnight black, titanium white. Pull it out very flat. Get tough with it. Go straight down and cut across. So we have that little roll of paint right on the edge of the knife. Now you have to make your first major decision. Let's go right up in here. Use a lot of pressure. Push. Push very firmly. And then just begin creating some basic shapes for your mountain. There. And when you make your mountains, you make mountains that you like. You make the shapes that you want. The only thing that I would recommend is be careful not to make them just all look like little ice cream cones. Somebody in class one time told me it looked like Wigwam Village. So that can happen without you even realizing it when you first start. So all you're worried about right now is the basic shape of your mountain. You could really care less what's happening anywhere else. Take the large brush, pull that downward. There, had a little hair that dropped out. Just take a corner of your brush and lift them off. Okay, now then. I want this mountain, I'm going to put a couple of mountains, I think, in this painting. I want this first one here, we want it to be far away. So I want you to take titanium white. I don't want this one to be very bright. And I'm going to take a little touch of the mountain color and put into it. I want to dull that white down. There. Okay, pull it out flat. Once again, really get tough, hard as you can do it. Now, this knife has a straight edge on it. So you go straight down, just touch and pull. That's all there is to it. Get that little roll of paint. I want very, very little color back in here. Just the least little indication. And even that, I'm going to blend it and diffuse it until most of it goes away. See there? This is too far away. Don't want a lot of detail in it. If it has a lot of detail, it'll ruin that illusion of distance. And painting is nothing more than games of illusion. There, it's like the magician. Just like the magician. I'm going to take a little bit of the mountain color and just very gently, I want a dark edge here. Just put a little dark here and there. I'm not even going to really put any big shadow colors in there. Just a little dark here and there. See, and that helps create that illusion once again. There. Who was it? I think Houdini once said, there's no trick to taking the rabbit out of the hat. The trick is getting him in there in the first place. So same thing here. We're just working with illusions. There we go. See? That gives you the impression of a lot of things happening, and you've done very, very little. Now with a good clean dry brush, and be sure it's dry, very gently, just tap. All we're doing is just tapping. And follow the angles that you put in there. Lift slightly upward, very, very lightly. See there, just let it blend right into nothing. That mountain's way back here, it's just sort of floating. There. Okay, it's a very, very nice soft mountain that you've done. Okay, now then let's put another one that's closer to us, bigger, stronger. For that, clean my knife here. I'm going to take black and Prussian blue. We'll just use black and blue today. What the heck? Pull it out flat. Once again, cut off our little roll of paint. Now, I have to make another big decision. Where does your big mountain live? Maybe it lives way up here. And you just make a decision and firmly, firmly push this paint right into the fabric. Look at there. Get tough with it. Now see, this color, this base color, is darker than the base color you used back on that mountain back there. So that helps create the illusion that it's in the front. And we don't know where it goes over here. Scrape off all the excess paint. Scrape firmly. I think you could probably hear that. Really get in there and scrape it. Scrape it. You can't get all that color off the canvas if you want to. It's in the fabric now. But you can move it. Because the canvas is wet, you can pull it. And it helps create that illusion of mist down at the base. That easy. Alrighty. There we go. There we go. Just pull it. See there? All right, we can wash your brush. That's the fun part of this. Shake it off. There we go. Okay, let's put some highlights on this one. For this one, I'm going to use just straight titanium white so you can really see it. Pull it out flat. Once again, cut off that little roll of paint. It's right down the edge of the knife. Now then, no pressure. Let it float. Zoom. Make that little noise. Let it float. Just flow right down the side of the mountain. But no pressure. If you apply pressure, it's going to look just like you're icing a cake. And I don't think you're going to be happy with it. There. I want that paint to break so it has all these little things in there automatically. And you just make big decisions where you think things are to live. Drop them in. That easy. You have unlimited power on this piece of canvas. Just, it's phenomenal what you can do. Absolutely phenomenal. But the first step is to believe that you can do it. This is just phthalo blue and white. Little roll of paint once again. There, we come right along here. Touch it, let it flow. Maybe we'll take this one and come right directly through. Push that first one right back into the background. Now we can get this big one, bring it directly through. See how it creates the illusion of different plains in that mountain. Over here, there's one. Create a little valley in there. A little place for the mountain goat to go and hide. He's got to have a little secret place. He's just like us. Everybody needs a little secret place to hide. There. Maybe this one. Look at there. Comes right over like that. We don't know. Here and there, maybe there's a little ridge. But you see, the angles are very important. Mountains are just geometric shapes. They're angles. Just play with them. Have fun. See here, we can bring it right on up like that. Maybe bring these right together. There's no end to this. You can do anything. There. There we go. Just see it in your mind and then put it right here on the canvas. Watch here, watch here. See, this one's way back. Come over, yeah, there you can see it. See it way back? Look at the power you have. Watch here, watch here. Grab it, and we're going to pull it right into the foreground. Did you know you could move mountains that easy? You can do anything. There. Now we need a shadow right there. That has to have a shadow or he won't play with us. A little shadow in there and wherever you want them. See there. Very gentle touch though. Okay. By golly, we've got a mess of mountains going here. Now I want to create the illusion of mist down here. So once again, take a good clean dry brush, 2-inch brush, and begin tapping and lifting very lightly, very, very lightly. Tap. This just diffuses. We don't want to destroy. We want to diffuse. There we go. All righty. Just laying in the mist down there. And over here, we'll go in this direction. Boy, we've done some fantastic mountains. And if you've painted these with me, if you've been painting along, by now, you should be really having control over the mountains. As I say, I get a lot of letters from people saying they're having some problems. Let's take some black and some blue and get some Van Dyke brown. Little alizarin crimson too. What the heck? What the heck? I'm going to take a little white, be right back there. Pull a little bit of that color out and put a little white with it so it's a little bit lighter. Okay, let me clean my knife. And grab a 1-inch brush here. You go right into that. Just take the 1-inch brush and go into it. Let's make some little foothills back here. We've spent so much time working on mountains. Let's just real quickly here throw in something else so we have a nice finished painting. But when you're practicing at home, just make layer after layer after layer of mountains. The important thing is not ending with a finished painting. It's learning how to do mountains or whatever it is that you want to learn. And when you're painting at home, look at each painting. Each painting is a learning experience. Look at it. It'll have super good things in it. Maybe it'll have some things in it that are a little weak. Those things that are a little weak, spend some time practicing those. And don't get upset with them. Don't get upset with them. Something I used to tell my students all the time, which I sincerely believe with all my heart. If you ever, in your whole painting career, do a painting that you're totally satisfied with, you might as well stop. Your painting career is over. You have nowhere else to go. The fact that you're dissatisfied with your painting when it's done and you can see room for improvement is a blessing. Cherish it. Cherish it. I love people who are plagued with dissatisfaction. It's the most fantastic thing you can own. If you're satisfied with everything you do, then you don't try anymore. I hope you're always plagued with dissatisfaction in your painting. There. Because if you are, you're lucky. I have yet to do a painting that I'm satisfied with, but one day I'm going to. The next painting may be it. Now, I've used the same color here, only darker. I want to put some little footy hills that are closer to me. Same exact color, only darker. This did not have the titanium white in it. Use the same old dirty brush. I'm going to tap the base of it to create that nice little misty effect. Just tap it. Okay. Now then, while I have that color, I'm going to have water here. So I'm going to just tap a little bit right in there. And we'll pull that down and make some reflections. That easy. There we are. See? Grab it. Decide where your reflection is going to live. Pull straight down. It's important that you pull straight down. There. Look at that. Now, very lightly, go straight across. And we have some instant reflections. Now, take some liquid white. I'm going to reach up here and get the least little touch of the phthalo blue. I mean, just the least little touch. Just want to tint it a little bit. Cut across. Let's go up here. And let's put us in a happy little water line back here. There we go. Just a nice light area to separate these darks. There. And maybe there's a ripple or two going across the water. Whatever. These ripples should be straight also, though. Okay. Let me grab a big brush. Shoot. Let's get crazy here. Go right into that dark color. Dark color. It's the same color. All right. Let's go right over in here. Now maybe over in here, yep. Let's have a few trees and stuff over on this side. Maybe they come down right in there, wherever you want them. All we're doing is putting in a dark base color. Maybe. Yep, right there. We'll just have one big tree. I don't want to lose all these mountains. Those are pretty nice mountains. I want you to be able to see them. Underneath here, we'll put in some dark. That'll be our reflections. See, just throw it in. We don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents. Now then, take our brush, pull straight down. See there? That turns into our reflections. Go across and instant reflections. Instant reflections. All right, let's go on this side. Over here, let's just put in all kinds of pretty little things. There. Well, I'm about to cover up that mountain too. That's all right. As long as you learn how to make a mountain. We know he's back there. We know he's there. Maybe this old tree comes right up into here. I'm gonna get a touch of the dark sienna on my brush too. Just add a little dark sienna right there. We'll let this limb hang right out over the mountain here. I want to try to save that peak. And when you do your painting, look at the things that you want to save and work around them. There, see? That sort of just comes all the way around that. I like that. And I like big trees in the foregrounds of the painting. It helps produce that illusion of depth and distance, and just makes the paintings deeper. There we go. I'll tell you what, same old brush. I'm going to go into a least little touch of yellow. A little yellow, cad yellow, a little yellow ochre. Because I have that color on there, it's going to turn a very dark green. Let's go back up here. I want to begin putting the indication of a few little highlights here and there. We're now painting the limbs that are behind the trunk. In a minute, I'll paint a trunk in this tree, and then we'll put some bright highlights that are on this side. But sort of think like a tree. I know it sounds crazy, but you have limbs that are behind the trunk, some that are in front, some that are hanging to the side. Sort of paint that way. There. See, just little indications. We're just looking for some form and a little bit of shape right now. We're not really too worried about anything other than that. Maybe we'll do the same thing over here on this one. Just a few little things here and there. Isn't it fantastic? You can take a brush this big and paint all those little things. Don't be afraid of these brushes because they're big. Okay. Tell you what, let's get crazy. I'll take the small knife. I'm going to get a big bunch of Van Dyke brown. I've got quite a large roll of paint on there. Decide where your tree trunk's going to live. This is your bravery test for today. Got to make that noise or it don't work. There, put in that big tree. Isn't that fun? Just drop him in. And when you paint for your friends or family, boy, they see you do something like this, they just know you've destroyed a beautiful painting. They'll get all excited and carry on. Enjoy it. I'm going to take my dark color, black, and some blue, and put a little sap green in there too. A little brown, a little crimson, whatever. As long as it's dark. Clean my knife. Okay, let's go right in there with a fan brush. Shoot. Maybe right over here lives a happy little evergreen tree. Just fill up that little hole there. There we go. Give him a little friend. See there? Let's go on the other side. Maybe there's one that lives right here, right in front of the mountain. Boy, he's got some kind of view, doesn't he? There. Well, I really wasn't planning on doing all this in the painting. I just wanted to show you really how to do a fantastic mountain, but it's turned into a pretty nice little painting too. Take a little dark sienna, a little white, pull it out very flat. Grab it. Let's go up here. Now then, just let this touch graze, barely touching. Come right down the tree. We'll put some highlight on it, rascal. On the other side, put a little touch of blue. There we go. Darker, darker, darker as it works around the tree. I'm going to use the liner brush here, a little thinner, go right into the brown. Let's have a little tree limb here and there. There we go. Just here and there, however many you want. I'm going to put some highlights on here, so you're not going to see many of those. Maybe back here in this tree, we need a little trunk. You can just put that on with a liner brush. Now, let's take a 1-inch brush. I'll go right into my yellows. Right into the yellow. Tap a lot of paint onto the bristles. I want this to be quite bright. I want this to stand out. This is going to be our leaves and stuff that's in the front. A lot of lights hitting here. Like so. There. Now if you have trouble making the paint stick, add a little paint thinner or a little touch of the liquid white. Just to thin it down. And think about patterns and shapes in here. Don't just hit it random. There. The little individual thing is going on in here. There we are. And there's some in front of the trunk. Just all kinds of little doers. There we go. Maybe back in here, there's some little bushes that are nice and dark. There. See them? See them? There they are. This old tree sitting down in a bunch of big bushes. But that easy. Tell you what, let's do. Let's take some Van Dyke brown and go. Maybe a little bit of brown and white. Maybe there's some little land masses in here. There. And back to our 1-inch brush. And we can put all kinds of little grassy things that grow all around there. But all I'm doing is using the corner of the brush and just tapping down. Very, very easy, very simple. And you can make some of the most striking effects, little yellow ochre, Indian yellow. There, boy, it's a nice one there. But work in layers. Think about the lay of the land. We're going to leave some of that nice dirt showing in there. Let's go over to the other side. Brighten up that little tree. Look at there. Look at him shine in the sun. There. Isn't that one of the nicest little ways, though, of making all kinds of little leaves and bushes and Let's have some dirt on this side too. There we go. See, and you just drop in wherever. A little touch of highlight, just brown and white again. There. And a few little bushes and stuff. There we go. Maybe one big bush here. And with that, the old clock on the wall tells me it's about time to go for today. I hope you've enjoyed this. It's a good study in mountains, and it'll teach you how to do some of the most fantastic mountains that you've ever seen. Little water line under there. I think we have a finished painting. From all of us here, happy painting, and God bless. Hi, it's a fantastic day, and I'm glad you're here with me. So I tell you what, today let's paint the little animated opening. That's the one you see at the beginning of each show in this series, a little seascape. And I'll show you exactly how that one was done. Let's start out and have run all the colors across the screen that were used to paint that picture. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've done up here. I have my standard old pre-stretched canvas, but today I've covered it with a thin, even coat of, well, I guess you'd call this liquid gray. I've taken liquid white and liquid black in about equal proportions and covered the entire canvas. I've also decided basically where the horizon line will be because I want it to be straight in the seascape, and I've just put a piece of masking tape across here which we'll pull off later. So, tell you what, let's get started and let's do a little seascape. I'm going to start today with a small amount of Prussian blue on the 2-inch brush. Prussian blue. This is an overcast looking sky in this particular painting, so we'll add a little black to it. Just mix it on the brush. Seascapes traditionally are sort of hard to paint, but I try to show you an easy way of making very effective little seascapes. Now let's start right up in here, just using little crisscross strokes. Just begin putting in a little sky. There we go. Like so. Very, very easy, just little X's. And the area where the big clouds are going to be, we'll just sort of leave that open. Okay, a little more of the Prussian blue and black. And let's go to the other side over here. There. That's all there is to it. Okay. Doesn't take but just a second when you're using a 2-inch brush to drop in a happy little sky. Or today, maybe a mean little sky. Now then, without cleaning the brush, I'm going to get least little touch of alizarin crimson on the bristles. Just a small amount. Just a small amount. And because there's blue on there, that'll turn sort of a lavender color. I want a little lavender right down here. Like so. Okay. Fantastic. A little bit over on this side. Maybe a little touch more. Now when you're doing your seascape, you put whatever color you want in there and in what degree. You may want it brighter or duller or whatever. Whatever makes you happy, that's what we are to do. Okay. We've got the start of a nice little sky. Now then, today, let's use the 1-inch brush and put some clouds in. You could put them in with a 2-inch brush, with a fan brush. I'll just use a 1-inch brush today. It doesn't matter. Whatever makes you happy. Go through titanium white, pull the brush just like so to load it. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to get the least little touch of cad yellow. Least little touch. A lot of paint in the bristles. Bristles are fully loaded, okay? Now then, let's go right up in here and just using little circular strokes, let's just begin laying in some basic shapes. Basic little shapes. Maybe around like so. Now this will not be an exact duplicate of the one that you see at the opening of the show. I don't think you could ever, in 100 years, paint an exact duplicate. But it'll show you how it was made, and you can make your own at home. There we are. Okay. And up in here, once again, little circular strokes, and try not to stay in the same area and keep working it, or you'll just end up with great big old cotton balls in the sky. And we really want to have nice actions up here. Okay, there. All right. Oh, this is a monster cloud, big cloud. There's going to be a big storm coming here. If you got a little boat, you better put it away. Let's go get washed right on out. Maybe over here. See? Okay, let me grab a big brush. Be sure it's dry. Now, using just the corner of the brush, I'm just sort of stirring it up, mixing it up, like that. Very gentle. And every once in a while, you can beat the brush just to knock the excess paint out. You're going to pick up a little paint here. There we go. Just knock it out. Okay, blend it. There. Now, very lightly, this is 2 hairs and some air. Grab it and lift it, fluff it, tease it, pull it. There. Make love to it here. Very gentle. Very gentle. There we go. And this paint that I'm using is very firm and very dry. And you can do all this blending without it mixing. Now we just take out the brush strokes. That easy. That easy. You got a big cloud there. A little more of the white on the brush. And maybe over here, let's have another cloud. Right up in there. See, just as many or as few clouds as you want in your world. Just drop them in. Always using that little circular stroke though. And think about shape and form here. Don't just throw them in at random. You might luck out, but your chances are much better if you plan it a little bit when you're looking. There we are. All right. Boy, that's a lot of clouds in one painting. Maybe that one comes way up here. Look at there. But see how easy it was? Used to, when I was a traditional painter, I used to labor over clouds. Ooh. Now it's one of the easiest things that there is to do. There. Okay. Now then, let's go right over there. Put in some more happy little clouds. And work in layers. In your mind, think which cloud's the farthest away and do that one first. And work forward, forward, forward. Always working forward. There. Maybe one right here. Wherever. You have to make those big decisions. And that's what makes painting fun, is that you can make decisions. And you can create a world that you want. There we are. Sometimes we're not totally satisfied with the world the way it is. And here, if you're not satisfied with the world that you create, then you have no one to blame but yourself. There we go. I think I've mentioned on previous shows, I spent half my life in the military. And I used to come home, take off my little soldier hat, put on my painter's hat, and there I'd build the kind of world that I wanted. It was peaceful, it was quiet, there was no hassles, nobody was yelling, and it was good. Everything was good. Nobody was going to get shot or hurt, not in my world. And it's a happy place. But you build the kind of world that you want. There. Fluff it up, lift it, tease it, pull it, there. See, just can blend those clouds to any degree of softness that you want. But always in big circular strokes like that. You don't want to come straight up. It'll look like it's raining up. And it'll usually bother you. Knock off the excess paint and very lightly, once again, just blend the entire sky. There we are. See there? We got a fantastic little sky. Super big clouds. Okay, I can wash this old brush off now. Odorless thinner, and be sure it's odorless. Whew. You'll not only run your whole family off, but you'll run yourself off. Okay, now as I mentioned earlier, I have a little masking tape right here. Let's pull that off. Zoop. And we have a very straight horizon line because we put that on there. And I'll take a little touch of let's get a little touch Little touch of color here, and we'll just work that in. I'm just picking up a little bit of that, what do we call it, liquid gray there, because it's wet, and just working it in. There. Okay, that's basically all you have to do. Just work in a little bit of color. Cover up where the tape was at. Okay, and we're in business again. Now then, when I'm doing seascapes, let me clean this. One of the things that I like to do is sort of lay out a basic form for my major wave. The main reason being where the transparency or the eye of the wave is, I want that to be light. I don't want this dark color on there. So to do that, let's take a little crimson. I just use a liner brush here. Crimson, a little phthalo blue, just mix it on the brush. Get a little thinner on it. There, just make sort of a little lavender color. It doesn't matter. Now then, come right down in here. Decide where your major wave's going to be. Maybe that son of a gun's going to go way up here. See? It's going to break the horizon here. Come down. Maybe go over. I think that's the way we had it. Something like so. Doesn't matter. And on off. And that's going to come right on out there. Now right here, maybe that'll help. Right there will be the eye. The eye of the wave, or the transparency. Now then, we can take let's take our fan brush. We'll go right in here, get a little phthalo blue, little Prussian blue, and let's just go right up in here. Now, in between here, I'm going to add a little bit of this darker color right in here. See? All you got to do is just sort of fill it in. Fill it in. Keep this horizon line quite straight. If it gets crooked, it'll bother you. And I'm using this fan brush only because I don't want to get in there with a big brush and lose those areas. Normally, we just do this with a big brush. There. See there? Speaking of big brush, let's get one here. We'll get some blue on it and some black and a little touch of the phthalo green. Very dark. And come right down in here. Right in here. There. We can begin putting in some color. All we're doing here is laying in color. Very dark. So our light will show. There. That's just the blues and black and a little green. Okay, we want that maybe about down, say there. That's good. I think that's about where we had it. Okay. All right, I'll just take the same old brush. I'm gonna go right into Van Dyke Brown. Just load some in the bristles. It really doesn't matter how you load it. Just tap some in there. Now then, the rest of the canvas I'm going to fill up with brown, Van Dyke Brown. Once again, this is just a base color. We're going to cover all of this up. It really is no big deal. Just our base color. It don't look like much of a seascape so far, does it? But you remember our golden rule. We don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents. So we can turn this into a beautiful painting no matter what. Because between the two of us, we can do anything. There. All right. And we have our painting blocked in. Now we can go ahead. Let me take a little blue and a little green. This is phthalo blue, a little phthalo green. And I know right here, see, it's nice because we've already painted this painting. I know basically what's going to happen. We can put in where our major wave's going to be here. See there? Just add a little color. That's all there is. There. Pull it over. Just think about how the waves formed right here. Put a little of that here and there. There. All right. Now then, let's Let's take our little filbert brush. Take some titanium white. The least little touch of cad yellow. Least little touch. Very small amount. Let's go right back up here. Now, if this is going to be the eye of our wave, our transparency, take your filbert and just scrub it. Using the side of it, scrub it firmly and begin working out. You're going to start picking up the underneath color, and it's going to get darker, darker, darker as you work out from that transparency, and that's exactly what we want. Allow the canvas to work for you. There we go. Okay. Let's have a little more right over here. There. Don't want this one quite as bright as the other one, but right in there we'll have a little. And in here we're going to have all kind of little foamy things that are happening. And you can begin putting in some basic little shapes here just using this brush. There. All right. Now, be sure this 2-inch brush that we're going to use is clean and dry. Use just the corner of it. Just the corner. And just gently, gently wiggle it. Just wiggle it. Can you see that? Just barely, see? Just barely turning. Little tiny circular strokes. There you go. Now you can see it better. See how that's just coming together? Isn't that fantastic that you can do that with such a big old brush? Now we can begin pulling in the shape here. That easy. That easy. And over here, we'll blend this one out using just the corner of this brush. And I prefer the 2-inch to the 1-inch brush for doing this. It seems to have more bristles and it makes it smoother. There we are. Okay, now then, let me find, I've got several of each brush going here. I'm going back into the crimson and a little bit of blue, and I'm going to make a lavender color here. Just alizarin crimson and little phthalo blue. All right, let's go back up here. Now then, I'm going to start, I want to add a little shadow right here. This is, I'm just using the side of the brush. Think about the foam, it's crashing all in here. This is the shadow part of the foam. That's all we're doing right now. Tiny little strokes though, hope you can see that. And just let it go right on around. See? Like so. Okay. Can clean that. Now comes the fun part. Now we want to make this wave crashing over. So I'm going to use a fan brush, just load some titanium white into it. Just both sides. Now, think about how the wave is coming up here and it's hitting. Got to make those little sounds. See? Wipe your brush off as it picks up the color. Okay, here's another one. And don't make it too even. This is water. It's churning and it's mad. Oh, it's just raising the devil. Okay, back to my little filbert. Wipe a paint off. We'll take titanium white and the least little touch of the yellow in it once again. Okay, let's go up here. Now we want to put some highlights on this. So here, we just sort of push upward, push, give it a little upward push. And as you pick up that undercolor, reload your brush, put new color on it, come back. Look at that. Look at that. Isn't that fun? Boy, that water is just churning and raising the devil. There. Comes all up through there. Maybe it just sort of goes right on off into the distance like that. Okay, now I'm going to wipe off all the paint, and I'm going to come back and very lightly, just a clean dry brush, begin blending that together. Keep your brush as clean and dry as possible so it just sort of blends together. There. Now let me find my big brush again. Back to the old 2-inch brush. Once again, very lightly. All you're doing is just mixing it up. Just stirring it up, see there? And you can make it as smooth as silk. Just stirring it up. Okay. I'm going to define this edge a little more, make it a little bit brighter, and make some little things happening in there. Push. So when you push upward, that's when your foam pattern comes off. There. All right. Okay. Now then, we need some waves happening here. Let's take the small knife. I like the small knife for this because it's a little bit thinner, a little bit flimsier. It bends easier, and I need this to bend. A little roll of paint. We're going to start right up in here. Watch here. Very firm pressure. Look at here. Very firm pressure. As you run out of paint, add a little more paint. Look at that. Isn't that fantastic? And it comes right on out through here. See there? But that easy. But you need a very firm pressure and a good dry paint or you run into problems. Now you can begin thinking about form and shape here. This little knife is fantastic for doing entire seascapes. It's unreal what you can do with it. It's just absolutely unreal. Okay, tell you what, that was so much fun. Let's do another one. Let's do another one. Maybe start right about here in the same, almost the same spot. And we'll let it come out. And look at there. A lot of pressure. Bend that knife. Bend it. You want that ridge of paint there. See there, and we got the water coming right up on the shore, that easy. Maybe there's a little more water. Just wherever. Just let that just sort of blend right on back. I'm applying quite a bit of pressure. Don't be afraid of this. Get in there and do it. Okay. Tell you what, take some paint thinner. I'm gonna go right into the white, titanium white, with the least little touch of the yellow on it. I just want to sparkle this edge on this. Just sparkle it a little bit. And we can bring it right on down. There. Like so. And back in here, we want to begin putting individual little wave shapes all the way up to the horizon. Now all these little details in here are what really make the painting exciting. And just sort of use a little motion, blip, 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 like little waves. And that easy, you can create the illusion of all kind of little things happening in there. Let's go on the other side over here. See there? Just throw in a few. And right along in here, put a few little things. These little foamy things here, they're really what make your painting spectacular. And you can put them in with a liner brush. Put a few of them in here. At home where you have unlimited time, it's unbelievable what you can do. Here, if I go over 30 minutes, they don't have any sense of humor. They yell and scream at me. Director comes out here and says bad things. She's mean. There. Now maybe back in here, just put some little indications of things happening back in that. That gives it just little details. There we go. See? The more you put in, the more interesting it becomes. And people will think you work for so long on these. All right. Let's get serious here. Clean off my palette a little bit. Let's go into the Van Dyke brown. Okay, I'm gonna grab a big bunch of paint. Let's come right up in here. I wanna take, this is your bravery test on this painting. Let's just come right out there. We'll put a little bit of land out here. There were some palm trees in that painting. We need a place for them to sit. There they are. All right. All I'm doing is putting Van Dyke brown in. Okay, let's take some white, some dark sienna. It's just plain white, dark sienna. Maybe underneath here, color's a little lighter. And take your knife and just scrub it. Just rub it very hard. And you can blend this right in. Make that beach just stand out there. Okay, a little bit of black right here. Maybe there's a, look at there. See, just a little something there to sparkle it. Now then, let's begin working on some things in here. We'll take some of the brown and the white. Lay a little highlight here and there. Just let that boop, 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 sort of run right over the edge here and there. Whatever. There we go. See, just let all kind of little things happen in here. We can pick up some white and get a little touch of the bright red, the yellows. Get crazy in here. Let's put in some beautiful colors. There. Let these things just happen wherever you want them. Little sap green. Little yellow here and there. Ooh, that's nice. I like to paint with a palette knife. It just makes so many beautiful things happen. All right, take my fan brush, Van Dyke brown. We have a palm tree that lives right there. One right here. And another one. Maybe he lives right there. Now, with a paint as thin as water, I'm going into straight midnight black. And let's put in just the indication of some leaves here. Wind's blowing. Boy, look at them go. Look at them go. See, and you just put as many as you want. And that's basically how the little animated opening at the beginning of the show was made. It only takes a minute to do it, but it takes a lot of people a long time to make it happen. They work very hard. Okay. The old clock on the wall tells me that's about it for the day. And I think with that, you can see how it was done. From all of us here, happy painting, and God bless. Hi, welcome back. I'm certainly glad you joined me again today. Today, let's do a fantastic little painting. And I tell you what, let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along. While they're doing that, take a look up here at what I've done already. Today, I've got an oval cut out of contact paper and stuck on my canvas. We've got so many letters saying how much people like this. I thought I'd do another one today. Now, if at home, if you're doing this and you don't want the oval on your painting, just leave it off. Easy. Then I've covered the inside of the canvas here, inside of this oval, with a thin, even coat of the liquid white, and it's all ready to go. So let's go. Let's do a happy little painting today. It's such a fantastic day. I'm going to start with a small amount of the phthalo blue. Just a small amount, small amount. Reach up here and grab a touch of Prussian blue. Just going to mix them together on the same brush. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, just using our standard little crisscross strokes, let's just begin dancing in a happy little sky. Just let the brush play and have fun. Just bounce around. There we are. You really don't have to plan this. Just sort of let it happen and look at what happens and use it. Learn to use whatever happens. Now then, without cleaning the brush, I'm going to add the least little touch, doesn't take much, of phthalo green. Okay? Now then, I just want to add a little touch of the green here just to sparkle and brighten the sky. Just to give him some nice colors. There, just let that old brush play and bounce. There we go. Now then, while we have the old brush dirty, let's take some, we'll take some Prussian blue, phthalo green, just all of them, same colors we used in the sky. And let's put in the indication of a little touch of water down here. There. Just pull from the outside in, like so. And I don't know exactly how much water we're going to have or even where it's going to be. So we'll just cover it all up, and whatever we don't want, we'll put something else over it, because we can do anything. In our world, we can do anything. Okay, let's wash our brush. Scrub it off. There we are. And we'll shake off the excess and cover the whole studio again. Now then, you'll see my cameramen. And camera ladies. They got funny freckles all over their face. There. Now with a clean, dry brush, I'm just going to blend the sky. Now you can blend it to any degree of softness that you want. I like to leave some of these little patchy areas in the sky. But if you don't want them in yours, blend them out. The more you blend it, the smoother and softer it'll become. Down here, just gently go across. That easy. And we can wash our old brush one more time. Shake it off. Here we are. Okay, tell you what. Today, let's use the old fan brush. Go right into some titanium white. Load a lot of paint into the bristles. A lot of paint. Let's build a happy little cloud in the sky. Maybe there lives a cloud right there. Wherever you want it, wherever. Just drop him in. It's your sky, so you make the decision where your clouds live. There. Maybe. Yeah. There's a little friend that lives right there. Right there. Right there. And maybe another one right over in here. You can just get crazy and fill the whole sky up full of clouds, and that's all right. It's all right. With a good dry brush, use just the top corner of the 2-inch brush to very lightly blend. See, all you're blending is the base. Then you lift it, fluff it, tease it, and very lightly. See there? Beautiful little cloud. That easy. Same thing. Fluff it up. Give it a little blending. There. Fluff it and blend it. Okay, maybe in your world, maybe there's another little cloud that lives in front of this one. You can put him in. I suggest, though, if you're going to put layers of clouds on top of one another, that you do the one that's farthest away first, get it totally finished, and then come back and put the other one over the top of it. Certainly makes it easier. There. Okay. If you do that many clouds in your painting, that'll give you some good practice doing clouds. Should never have problems with them again. Fluff it, and then very lightly, 2 hairs and some air. There we go. Fluff it, and blend it. Now we can just gently blend the entire sky. And already, you've got a world full of clouds. All right. Yeah, there we clean off our fan brush. I just wipe the fan brush on a paper towel to dry it, or a soft rag, whatever you happen to have. Okay, let's get this old big brush out here. And take some black, some blue. We'll just mix them on the brush, it doesn't matter. Van Dyke brown, be right back. Alizarin crimson, we'll throw some of that in there. Shoot a little sap green too, what the heck. Might as well use all these nice dark colors. Tap some color into the bristles. Let's go right up here. Now you have to make some big decisions. Maybe there's some happy little trees that live back here. Just take the corner of the brush and begin tapping. Start at the base, because that's your darkest area, and work upward. Work upward, 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 and begin creating some shape and form in your tree. There we go. See? Think about individual little trees, though. Where do they live? Give them names if necessary. That's all right. There's one. Look at him. Look at, there he is. There. Okay, maybe. We'll just let that work its way right on down. Shoot, there's another one. You knew he was there, didn't you? Maybe that's a nice one. He comes way up like that. You know, trees grow however make them happy. Just put them in your world. There we go. Let's just keep going. See, that's fun. Maybe over in here. Maybe over here. More trees. There we are. Maybe this one comes way up like that. Make a decision, drop it in. Anywhere you want him to be, that's where he'll be. There. But that quick, you've blocked in a whole forest back here nearly. Now then, while we have that color on the brush, we can decide back here where our reflections are going to live. Grab, pull straight down, straight down. You can drop them in, then pull them. See there? That easy. Try to kill that little bright spot right there. Ooh, that's pretty. There you go. Look at that. Now very lightly, just go across. Just gives it a watery appearance. And you can push these and wiggle them. Isn't that fantastic? When I was a traditional painter, reflections used to drive me crazy. And now it's one of the easiest things that you can do. So simple. Let's put some little tree trunks in there. I'll take paint thinner. Let me get some more thinner here. Paint thinner on my liner brush. And I want to mix this till it's thin like ink. Let's go right up here. And now here and there, just put the indication of a happy little tree trunk and some limbs and sticks. There's some that grow in here. Some people will find it easier to start at the top and pull down. Some people find it easier to start at the bottom and lift up. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. There's no rule. If it works, then that's the right way. Okay, maybe there's one sort of yahoy over here. Yahoy, that means it's bent. There. Okay, over on this side we need some indications, and each one doesn't have to have one, just wherever you think they should be. There are just all kinds of little things growing in there. And you can take a little bit of titanium white, thin down, and put a few of them in here and there that are light color. And they really stand out against that dark, see? It gives your painting character. People think you really work for a long time to put all them little rascals in there. Let's put some on the other side. That was looking good. If I'd known they were that good, I'd have put a bunch in there to start with. There. Look at that. Boy, them little devils just jump right out at you. Now then, clean my brush. I'm going to get a 1-inch brush today. What the heck. Let's go. I'm going to drag it through some of the dark color first, just to get some paint on it, some browns and greens and all that. Then I'm going to go into the cad yellow. Be right back. Get a little sap green on it. Load a lot of color into the brush, but tap it so you can see it push. There. Tap it to load it. Okay. Now then, let's go up here and begin putting in some highlights on some of these little devils. Think about form and shape. Don't just throw them in at random. They won't look right. No matter how you paint highlights on bushes and trees, think about them as individuals. Think about them. It's easy just to throw them in at random, but that's not the way little trees grow. So go out in your yard and look at them. There's a plan there. Nature doesn't make any mistakes. It happens for a reason. There's limbs and things in there that project out. There. Think about them. Create all these little shapes. There, I'm adding a little yellow ochre here and there, a little Indian yellow, sap green, cad yellow, just whatever. Even touch a little bright red here and there. Just make some pretty little things. Now, over here on this one, let's give him some. I don't want him left out over here. Think about form and shape, though. I know you get tired of hearing that, but to me, that's so important. Anybody can just hit at random, but your paintings are special. They're special. Set you apart from everybody else because you pay attention to little details. That makes you special. And if you're selling your paintings, that'll cause your paintings to sell while somebody else's are sitting there, going nowhere. There we go. For years and years, I traveled with art shows all over the country, demonstrating and selling my works. Oh, and sometimes other painters would get so angry with me because I'd be selling paintings just as fast as I could turn them out. And they would sit there all day brooding over these little paintings. And if only they had just taken the time to figure out why they were selling rather than being angry. You don't have to get angry. If somebody's doing better than you are, study them. They've got a secret. Find out what it is. Shoot, don't get angry. If you get angry, it just wastes a lot of energy. Tell you what, let's get crazy today. I'm going to take a little white. I'm going to be right back. Get a little touch of phthalo blue. Since this is my world, I can do anything I want to do here. I'm going to go up here and maybe back in here. There's a little bush that's sort of bluish. I just like the looks of that. See there? Now, if you don't want a bush that color in your world, don't put him in. But today, I just feel so super. I want to put some bright, shiny little colors here, and then I'm going to add a little alizarin crimson to that. Little crimson, make it, ooh, there's a beautiful color. Beautiful color. Okay? Now then, maybe, look at that. It just makes you happy when you see bright little colors like that. You just can't help it. There we go. And painting, if it does nothing else for you, it should make you happy. It should bring something into your life that you didn't have there before. Then it's worthwhile. Then it's good. It's good. Anything that makes you happy and doesn't hurt anybody else, it's got to be good. Okay, let's go right up here. I'm going to add a little dirt, a little bank back here. I'm using straight Van Dyke brown. Yeah, straight old brown. And right along here, see, wherever you want them to go. Take a little brown and a little white, mix it together, and come right back in here, add a touch of highlight, right here and there. There we go. Just enough to get it to stand out. A little touch of liquid white, and put a little bit of that lavender color in that too. We'll make it pretty. See, pull it out flat, and then cut across. Just get a little bit on your knife. Go right up here, cut a hole right through the canvas. Just get up there and saw it. Just really work it. There. And that's a light area between the darks, and it makes it stand out a little bit. Shoot, we might even get in here and get crazy, because we can do anything in our world. Maybe there's some more bushes and trees here. See? Maybe there's a little projection that comes out here. If you want one, put him in. If you don't, leave him out. You can do anything. There. See, there he is. Put a little reflection. Straight down. Go across. Come back with our 1-inch brush. Get a little color on him. Just tap a little color into it. Let's go back up here. Now then, need a few highlights on this little bush or tree, whatever he is here. There we go. See that? There he is. But leave some dark areas in there. Sometimes this gets working so well, it's almost a natural tendency just to cover up everything. And if you do that, if you lose those dark areas, then your little bushes are not going to be individuals, and they're going to be very flat. Look like you cut them out of newspaper and just glued them up there. And we want action and life. And, ooh, this is too nice. See there? But layer after layer after layer. Then we need a little dirt under there. Got to have something for them to sit on. Little white, little brown. Put in a little touch of highlight right in there, like that. And we can take a little fan brush with some of that same color on it and just push upward. That'll bring it all together. Cover up those edges. Look at there. Back with our liquid white. Cut us in a little water line. Son of a gun. And with a clean knife, I'm going to just scrape in the indication here and there of a few little sticks and twigs, just mainly in the dark areas. There. See that? Looks like a lot of little detail. And people will really think you worked hard to put all that in. They'll think you used that little one-haired brush and did them one at a time. Don't you tell them any different. That's our secret. That's our secret. Okay, tell you what. Get some more blue and some black and some Van Dyke brown and whatever other color, sap green, lizard crimson. We just mix them all in here. Okay, now then maybe this comes right down like that. See there? Just use the corner of the brush and tap in whatever you want. Okay, if that comes out here, obviously it's going to be a reflection. You knew that. See, go across. But you need to put that reflection in. I'm going to bring this down. Put it in before you come around. It's hard to sneak it back in there. You have to make some decisions. See, maybe that's going to come right out like that. And it'd be hard to sneak back in there and stick that reflection in. But you got it already. You got it. You got it. There. Now then, we can come right back. Find my brush. There it is. Let's go back into our highlight colors, the yellows, all the different yellows and a little bit of sap green. And we can, look at there, go right back in here and just begin adding all kinds of little bright things up here, one bush at a time. Don't get in too big a hurry. We got all day. We're not in a hurry. Take your time. Speed will come automatically. The more you practice, the faster you'll become without even thinking about it. Don't worry about speed at first. If you're painting along with me, if you have a video, record the shows and play them back at your own speed so you can stop them and start them. And as you know, here, I have a very limited amount of time to work, so I have to do them sort of quick. If I go over 30 minutes, they have no sense of humor. We got one cameraman here that weighs about 250. He comes out and drags me off the set. But at home, you can do anything that you want to do. See, work in layers, layer after layer after layer. I know what we need. Let me find a fan brush. Shoot. That's just a perfect place to have a little path, because you'd want to get back in there. And the little path, there it comes. And if it goes right over your bushes, that's all right. There it comes, right out through there. See, it sort of goes back. Take that same brush, we'll pick up a little white on it. There. See, just let it graze over the top of that dark. There you go. Little way to get back in there. Gotta have a way to catch that big trout that lives back here in the water. There. I'm not a very good fisherman. I love to fish, but I catch a fish and I put a Band-Aid on him and put him back in the water and wish him well, and hope I can have the opportunity to catch him again next time I come. There. Just like so. Maybe a few little things right in here. Okay. Now we can take our liner brush and we'll put a little thinner on it. And let's just put the indication here and there of a few little sticks and twigs that are growing out of this. Just a few things here and there. Okay. Back to our brown. Put a little dirt under this side. Don't want them left out. Put a brown and white for highlight. And then a little water line underneath. That cleans up the bottom and puts a little light area between all of it. There, look at that. Okay, take a clean knife and just scrape in a few little sticks here and there, like so. See? And these things show different planes and they create the illusion of depth and distance in your painting. And I'm a nut for that. I think that depth in a painting is so important. Tell you what, let's bring the camera right up here close. I'm going to take the contact paper off and let's see what we have. You grab this, and here's the moment of truth. Oh, isn't that pretty? Son of a gun. I'm always fascinated with those. They're so nice. So nice. Tell you what, let's do. We got a minute or two left here, so let's get crazy. Maybe this comes right on out. I like to bring them right out of the oval sometime. So here we'll just bring a little bit of the color right on out, like so. This is scary too when you do this. This is your bravery test. This will check you out. See there? Okay, now then, we take our fan brush, put some brown on it, and the first thing let's do, let's just extend our path. Our path comes right on out like that. Take a little bit of white, put a highlight on it, just barely grazing. Barely grazing. Now then, here's a few little bushes, and they come over the path. By allowing some of those bushes to come literally over the top of the path, it pushes the path down into the painting. Makes him look like he fits in there. There we go. See, just sort of let those just feather right on off into nothing. There. Here comes one. There he is. There he is. It's unbelievable that just using the corner of a 1-inch brush you can do all that. You can. That's the easiest way I have ever found to make little bushes. Little grassy areas. Let's get crazy. We got to get crazy. I'm going to take Van Dyke Brown on the fan brush. Load a lot of color. Now then, maybe right here, you know me, I like these old big trees. And I'm going to let this tree project right out of the painting. And he lives right there. And he's got a friend. And he lives there. See? Now then, we'll take a little touch of white, and let's just say maybe these are birch trees. Touch them, give them a little roundward pull. Doop. There you go. Just give them a little pull. Don't get too big. There. Okay. Now then, a little paint thinner on my liner brush. We'll make some more of that paint that's thin, like ink. Okay, let's go up in here. And now then, let's just put a tree limb here and there. And in your tree, you put as many or as few as you want. Just let them go wherever you think they should live. Now, if your paint does not flow, add some more thinner to it, because the thin paint will slide right over all this. Maybe that one goes right on off. We don't know. There. See there? I'm going to put some leaves on there, so you don't have to be too careful. Unless maybe you want the tree in your painting to be an old dead tree. Then you got to be a little bit more careful. There. Okay, maybe there's one right there. Wherever. And we'll just use the old big brush. What the heck? Here and there, I just want to put the indication of a little leaf or two. Just an indication here and there. I'm not looking for a lot of shape yet. We'll come back and highlight them in a second. There. You need that dark in order for your light to show. Now we'll take some light color. I'm going to dip the brush into the least little amount of paint thinner to thin the paint. Come right along in here. Look at that. Look at them shine in the sun. There they go. Isn't that super? I love these paintings where they extend outside of the oval. I hope you try them. And you're not limited to ovals. You can do any shape that you want to do. Any shape that you want to do. Just enjoy them. And I think with that, we're going to call that a completed painting. From all of us here, happy painting and God bless. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join me today. Today I thought we'd do a fantastic little painting together. So I tell you what, let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. While they're doing that, let me tell you what I've already done up here. Today I have a sort of a weird canvas, as you can see. I've taken some black gesso on the standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas here and painted these dark areas with black gesso. Then I've allowed the black gesso to dry completely. Now in the light area, I've just put a little bit of liquid white and just blended it out. In the dark area, you caught me putting on a little bit of, this is a mixture of phthalo blue, sap green, and Van Dyke brown. I want a dull, dirty green color, and you can sort of test it before you start. And all we're doing here is just covering all of the dark areas. This color is very transparent, so it still looks black. And with that, I want to show you how to do a scene that looks like you're deep in the woods. You know, you ever walked in the deep woods and the trees are all hanging over and it's quiet and the little squirrels are playing and everything? That's what we're going to do today. So let me just get all this covered. All we're looking for is just a nice coat of the dark mixture that we made. And now while we have that on the brush, let's begin thinking about some general basic tree shapes that live up in here. Just take the corner of the brush and begin bringing them right on out into the liquid white. All we're looking for here is just very basic shapes. Think about the big tree that's hanging over here. See, and you can pick up a little bit of color. Look at there. Just bring those shapes out. We'll come back and we'll put a lot of highlights and stuff in there. Right now, all we're looking for are very basic little shapes. There. Just as many or as few as you want in your world. Okay, maybe there's a bush that lives right here. See, that easy. We can put just a happy little tree there. And maybe he's got a little friend here. Who knows? Wherever you want him. Okay, now over here, here's another big tree limb that seems to be protruding over. And when you're putting this black gesso on, just sort of in your mind have an idea of how you want these trees hanging. There. And whatever happens, we use. There we go. See there? In my mind, I'm beginning to see huge trees that are hanging over here, and maybe there's a little light coming through. Oh, it'd be a super place to go and hide. All right. A few more bushes and trees down in here. But already you've got the basic shapes here that you're looking for. See, now maybe, I'll tell you what, let's do. Let's get crazy. I want a bigger tree right here in the center. And in your world, if you want a tree to grow, all you have to do is make it grow a little bit. Maybe there's some little shapes you can see way back here that are little trees in between. We're not looking for a lot of detail in there, but already that's beginning to give you the appearance of a lot of mist and things happening. Okay, maybe up in here, way back in the distance somewhere, there's a little something, wherever. And you can just, here and there, put all kinds of little soft things. There we go. Now then, let's have some fun. Let's take the script liner brush. We'll dip it into some paint thinner, and I'll go back into some Van Dyke brown and that same color that we just made the little trees out of. You want this paint to be thin like ink. Turn the brush. That loads the bristles and brings the bristles to a nice sharp point, okay? Now maybe back in here, there's just the indication here and there of some little tree trunks and limbs and sticks and twigs and all kinds of little things happening. There. Just sort of make a decision where you think they should live and drop them in. That's all there is to it. There we go. See, back in here, very light. We don't want a lot of detail back in here. It's too far away. We can't see a lot of detail. There's one. There's another one. Just however many that you want. There. See, you can create all kinds of illusions here. And if you have trouble making this paint flow, add a little bit more paint thinner. If it doesn't flow, chances are you don't have quite enough paint thinner on your brush, because the thin paint will slide right over here. Okay. Looks like we've painted a whole forest already, and we've done very little work. Now then, I'll just take a little bit more of the paint thinner and go right into a touch of the titanium white. And same thing, bring that brush to a nice sharp point. And then we can put just the indication here and there of some little tree trunks that are a little bit lighter. There. Isn't that super? All right. Now then, let's start having some fun. We'll take a 1-inch brush today, and you could do this with your 2-inch brush or a fan brush. I sort of like to use the old 1-inch brush. I'm going to dip it into the least little touch of liquid white, just to thin the paint a little. Pull it right through the color, be right back. I'm going to grab a little of that dark color we have on the canvas so it turns into a beautiful green. There. Now, load a lot of paint into the bristles and tap it. Tap downward. Downward like that. That loads the bristles. Okay, let's go up here. Now maybe, right in here. See, there's leaves on this tree. Just happy little leaves. And we're looking for shape here and form. Don't just throw these in at random. Think about the little limbs that live in there. There we go. Work on one tree or bush at a time. You can pick up a little yellow ochre here and there, and a little Indian yellow, maybe right there. Just sort of look around and see what looks like it ought to be little bushes and trees. Just begin building all kinds of little things in here. Maybe over here. But we don't want to paint all of them. Leave some of them dark. There we go. Maybe back in here, just here and there, the indication of a few things. Don't want a lot of detail here. But we see these little stems and branches and stuff, so we want a few little things that are happening in there, but not many, not many. I don't want to lose that illusion of distance and softness back in here. There we go. So already that should begin, if you're painting along with me at home, you should begin having the appearance that you're deep in the woods and it's just a quiet little place. As I say, this is where all the little rabbits hide and the squirrels play. I still have a little pet squirrel that lives with me. There. We built him a great big cage. We call it Squirrel Hilton. Son of a gun's got 2 stories in it. Little pet house, and he lives quite well. He's almost ready to go back to nature. Okay, just all kinds of little happy things back in here. But work in layers here. Do one bush at a time, always working forward, forward, forward. And that helps create the illusion of depth and distance in your painting. Boy, that looks like some places I've been in Oregon. And we out west there where they have all these big ferns and stuff that grow out in the woods. But see how the layers are creating the depth? That's what's important. It makes your painting really stand out. Now sometimes we want to make the indication that maybe a little light shining through these trees. So I'll show you how to do that. We'll just take the fan brush, a little bit of the cad yellow. There we are. A little yellow, a little green. And let's go up in here and just sort of at random, think where light would shine through. Just sort of hit it, spin it a little bit, here and there. Don't want too much of this. Just spin the brush. You can even pick up a little touch of the white if you want to brighten it even more. Just hit and spin. Grind that brush in there. You're not going to hurt it. There we go. Then with a clean, dry 2-inch brush, very lightly, you can just blend this out. See there? Let's go back over here. Just sort of blend that out a little bit. And when we put some leaves and stuff on these big trees, that'll help give us the impression that there's little bits of light shining through there. Okay, let's go back into our yellows and greens with a 1-inch brush. And let's begin working forward on some of these big trees. Tap some color into the brush. Now then, just touch and tap. That's all you're doing is just tapping using the corner of the brush. Tapping, tapping. And once again, think about individual limbs here. Don't just throw this in at random. There we go. A little yellow ochre once in a while just to change it, brighten it up, make it stand out. It's a great big tree back in here. And we're putting some limbs that are going to be in the back. Then we're going to put some trunks on, and we'll put a few more highlights in the foreground. There we go. See, just drop these in. I like doing these little paintings. This black gesso is one of the most fantastic things. It opens whole new worlds to you. I love the black canvases. They're so fantastic. Probably some of the most striking effects in this technique are accomplished on a black canvas. Okay, while we're doing that, let's go over to the other side. And on this old tree here, we'll drop in a few things. But look how color stands out on this. You would never get this kind of effect on a white canvas. There. Okay, maybe right here. Like that. Just sort of think about limbs that live inside this tree. Think about shape and form. I know you get tired of hearing me say that, but it's so important. There. Just one layer after another. You can almost hear the birds in here. Did you get to see the little blue jay I had on a couple of the shows in this series? White little son, again, something else. I borrowed him from the bird lady here in Muncie. He's a loner bird. I just borrow him for a day or two at a time. There we go. Now then, maybe just begin thinking about what's going on in here and what's happening, and let's take some black. I see right over in here, maybe. Let's go right up in here. Maybe there's some tree trunks come right down through here. There they are. And however many trees you want in your world, just put them in. This is just straight midnight black. Just straight old black. That's all there is to it. And there's a couple. Let's put a third one in there. Maybe there's a little one that lives in here, right there among those two big ones. And we can take our liner brush, paint thinner on it, a little bit of the black. Want this color once again to be thin like ink, so it'll flow on the canvas. And we can come right back in here, and let's begin just putting the indication here and there of some happy little tree limbs that live out in the woods. There. As I mentioned earlier, if you had trouble making your paint flow, add a little bit more paint thinner to it. There we go. There's one that comes right over in there. However, whatever. Painting is so individual. You sort of look at your painting and you make it the way you want it. We each see nature through different eyes. Okay, wash the old brush. Now then, let's put some highlights on top of that. I'm going back into the same color, same old 1-inch brush, and I'm just going to add a little brighter yellow. I want this to stand out a little better because it's going to be in front here. There we go. Now we can put some happy little things on there. Even this. Now our yellows are made to a thinner consistency than the other colors. But if you have trouble making it stick, then add a little touch of the paint thinner to the yellow, and then it'll come right off your brush. There we are. Isn't that fantastic? And you can do this. There's no big secret to it. We give you all the secrets right here on the show. All you need is the desire, a little imagination, and some practice. Just practice a little. There we are. See, and that pushes those tree trunks right back into that mass of trees. They're that easy. Okay. Let me find the big 2-inch brush. Let's go right into a little bit more of this yellow. Maybe there's some land here. I'm going to take the 2-inch brush and just tap. Pick up a little dark color so my green will get darker. There we go. Now tap it. Give it a little push. Push. Maybe there's some land here. Some soft little grassy areas. Just take the 2-inch brush and all you have to do is just tap. Just tap, just like so. See there? There we are. And we can begin creating the illusion of just little hills back here. Start farthest away and work forward, forward, forward. There we go. Just layer after layer after layer. And this can be as soft as velvet. See, I should have put it in first before I put these trees, but you just put it right over them, then we'll pull the trees back through. There. A little bit more right in there. There we go. Little Indian yellow, a little touch of the bright red here and there. Ooh, that's nice. Gives it sort of an orangey flavor. And maybe over here, this one here will come right down and right in the foreground. Comes right in the front of that one. You have that much power, though. You can make the land go anywhere that you want it to go in your world. Anywhere that you want it to go. There. This is where I want to live. You can tell already. Okay, maybe up in here. Let's put a little bush that lives right here in the corner. Just sort of to bring all that together. Still just using the corner of the 1-inch brush. And a little bit of black. I want to bring these trees back down into the painting here. I cut them off with the grass, but I want them to live right there. So we can pull them right back in the foreground, that easy. You can move mountains, you can change trees, anything that you want to do here. Anything that you want to do. That easy. I tell you what, let's have fun. I love water. I love water. I would put it in just about everything that I paint. Let's take just a little plain titanium white. And let's have us a little pond here. Just take the white and pull straight down. It's going to pick up that color that's already on the canvas, and automatically, we're going to have a nice, happy little pond or whatever you want here. A little bit of water. There. All I'm using is just straight titanium white. But it's important that you pull straight down when you do this. Even if you put your brush crooked, pull straight down. Otherwise it just won't look right. Just won't look right. Now after you get this in, very gently come across. And these lines should be straight across. There. Isn't that fantastic that you can create water that easy? You can. You can. I tell people all the time, on this piece of canvas you can do anything that you want to do, and you really can. This is total freedom here. I'm using a little dark sienna, a little white, a little Van Dyke brown. Put it on the knife. Let's go right up here. And let's just put the indication in here of a touch of land. And all I'm doing is just rubbing very hard. Just pushing that color right into the canvas. I want it to look like little sandbars or dirt sitting out here. This water, in my mind, is not very deep. It's not very deep. It's out here in the woods. It's just maybe a little puddle from a big rain or something. I don't want it to be real deep. Take a little titanium white, and to that I'm going to add the least little touch of dark sienna. I want it to be light, but I don't want it pure white. And I'm just going to cut off a tiniest little roll of paint, okay? Now then, all you have to do, Just want to put the indication here and there of a little water line. Actually, all I'm looking for here is a little light color between these darks. Just enough to set it apart. There. See how that makes it stand out? Fantastic. If you ever get one, let's say one here, it's too bright, all you have to do is rub it. It'll pick up that dark color that's underneath and automatically it'll go away. And maybe, I'll tell you what, let's go back to our 2-inch brush. Tap in a little more color. Maybe, in our world, maybe our land comes right down here, like so. Shoot, let's get crazy. Let's bring it right on down. Just let your imagination go. Where do you want it? There. But look how soft that is. And a super place to just take your shoes off and sort of run barefooted. There we go. A little Indian yellow, a little yellow ochre here and there. Just to change the flavor some. Every once in a while, the least little touch of the bright red. Least little touch. Don't want it to get bright red. But when you mix that with the ochres and the yellows and the greens, it makes a very nice little color. There. Okay. Shoot, we about got this rascal fixed. I want to clean that edge up a little. Okay. Now then, you know me. Shoot, I like big trees. So let's get crazy today. I'm gonna take the small knife, go right up here, and I'm gonna get a big roll of Van Dyke brown. A lot of Van Dyke brown on the knife. And let's decide, maybe, it does now. We have a big tree. Big, strong tree, and he lives right there. Right there. Now, if in your painting, if you don't want a big tree, just leave him out. I like it because it pushes everything in the painting back. Look at that, though. That easy. That easy, you can make a big old tree. Let's give him a big, strong foot down here. Got to have something to stand on. We don't even fall over in the lake and make a big splash. There we go. Okay. Now then, let's put some highlight on that. We'll use some white, a little bright red in it, like so. Okay, cut off that small roll of paint, and it's right on the edge of the knife. And here, all I'm going to do is just touch the canvas. All you have to do is touch. It'll pull off what it wants, give you back what's left. Just want to put the indication here and there, some highlight on this trunk. See, but all you're doing is just touching the canvas. But you need to load the knife correctly. That little roll of paint is so important. It'll make everything work nice. There. And just let it blend backwards, getting darker and darker and darker as it comes back around this side. Darker, darker, darker. So you can make the indication of a little hole in the tree down here just by leaving that very dark and working around it. Now on the other side, you can take a little white, at least a little touch of Prussian blue, and just put the indication here and there of a little bit of reflected light. Not too much, just a little. Wipe off the knife. Now you can take just a touch of Van Dyke brown, sort of put in the center here and bring it all together. That'll just bring those two colors together, and it really makes it look like, it looks like a real tree trunk. It looks like real bark on there. You can feel it when it gets dry. Now then, I'm going to take paint thinner, go right into my Van Dyke brown. I want this thin like ink again. I know you get tired of hearing that too, but it's important if you want this to flow. Maybe right here. Ooh, there he is. Big old tired limb lives in that. He just sort of hangs out around here. This is where if you have a little nervous twitch in your hand, it really pays dividends, because these old tree limbs look better if they're sort of crookedy. There we go. A little bit more paint. and however many limbs you want. Put them on. Maybe there's another one. Yep, you're right. Lives right there. Right there. But see how easy that is? You can do it. You can do it. I get so many letters from people. Sometimes we put some of these letters in our newsletter and send them out and let you read those too. But in these letters, people are talking about how they never dreamed that they could paint. And they watch the show, look through the books, etc., and they're producing fantastic paintings. A little more of the color on here. Let's put some leaves on this tree. All we're going to do here is just tap. Think about some general shapes and just drop in some happy little things here and there, wherever you want them. There we are. Just drop a few little things in. But isn't that fantastic? That easy. You can complete a scene in a half an hour or so, or however long it takes. It looks like you're deep, deep in the woods, and you're in there with all of God's little creatures, and it's a super day. And I've enjoyed being with you. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless. I look forward to seeing you again. Hello, welcome back. I'm certainly glad to see you today. Let's do a little painting today that I think you'll really like, and let me tell you what I've already got done up here. I've got a black canvas, as you can plainly see, but the thing that you might not be able to see on your screen at home is there's an oval cut out and put on here. This oval is just contact paper, and I've stuck it on, then I've painted this black with black gesso, allowed that to dry, and then I've covered the entire thing with a mixture of alizarin crimson and phthalo blue. And in the center here, there's a little more crimson than there is out here. I've let it get progressively darker toward this side, so it's brighter in the middle than it is out here. So I'll tell you what, let's have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint this fantastic little painting, and we'll go on up here and get started. I'm going to start today with the old 2-inch brush, go into a small amount of the liquid white. And I'm going to go right up in here. You have to make a decision right off in this painting. Where's your light area going to be? I think it'll be right there. Now just take the liquid white and begin blending outward, making little crisscross strokes, but always blending outward once you start. We want to keep this area in here the brightest. But look how that shines. Son of a gun, boy, you put that liquid white on top of that transparent color, it just comes alive. There. Now we can do this as many times as we want to achieve a desired lightness. Okay, but the only big secret, be sure you wash your brush between each application. Shake it off. That's really the fun part of this. Back to the brightest area, little touch of the liquid white, and off we go. There. Isn't that fantastic that you can make a sky that pretty, that easy? Now very lightly, you can just sort of blend across it, take the brush strokes out, and have a look-see at what you have. And if it's not what you want, this is the time to change it. Don't wait till your painting's halfway through and then go back and say, hey, I want to change the sky. This is the time to play with it. Tell you what, let's go into some alizarin crimson, little alizarin crimson, little phthalo blue, same colors. I'm just gonna tap some into the large brush here. There we go, just tap. Load a little color. I'm going to use just the corner of this brush. And let's go up in here. And maybe in our world, maybe there's some little bushes and trees that live in here. There they are. Just some little indications that hang out over here. There. It's a very soft little painting we're going to do today. Misty and quiet. Pretty little rascal. Okay, maybe over here. Wherever you want them. Just put in all kinds of little things. You have to make decisions where they live. There. I want to save that bright area. And that's slightly off center, so it's not right in the center. Slightly off center. There's another one, see? Just drop them in. Wherever you think they should live. Now I'm going to add a little bit more blue so it gets a little bit darker as it gets away from this light area. See, a little darker. I hope you can see that. It's all kind of little things happening there. It looks like little tree branches hanging everywhere. A little bit more to the bluish tone, bluish hue. There. Okay, while we have that dark color in the brush, let's go over to the other side here and put a few little things in there. These are just little background trees and bushes. There we are. Now then, tell you what, we want to put the indication here and there of some little tree trunks and some stems and twigs. So I'm going to take a little paint thinner on my liner brush and go right into that same exact color. I want this color to be very thin, water consistency. Just, it'll flow. Okay, turn that brush and bring it to a nice sharp point. See how sharp it is? So this grip liner brush here has very long hair on it, so it'll hold a lot of paint. Now then, I want to just here and there, put the indication of some little twigs and stems and all kind of things happening. Let's go right in here. See them? Now just sort of let your imagination be a guide here. Just drop them in wherever you want them. Maybe there's one in, there he comes. But these little details here really make your painting stand out. If you're in a group selling paintings and you have all these little details, guess whose paintings are going to sell? And this painting is so simple. This is one of the easiest paintings in this entire series. Even if you've never painted before, this is one that you'll have good results the first time you try it. It's very, very easy, and it's fun. And maybe the most important thing, it's a striking painting. It's really an effective little son of a gun. I like this one. There, maybe over here there's a stick and a twig and wherever. You just sort of have to make some decisions where you think they live and put them in. Look at that. But look at that light glow in there. Where you can just see the light, it's just filtering through there. I've painted so many paintings and I still get excited when I see this work. Guess that's the kid in me. It never gets old. That's one thing that's so fantastic about painting. If you paint 1,000,000 paintings in your life, you're never going to be satisfied, and the next one's going to be your masterpiece. And there's always something to learn. Every time you paint a picture, you learn something that will help you when you do your next one. Okay, let's go over to the other side of this and put a few into this side. Don't want him left out. There. Big old strong one there. And by making these on the side bigger, stronger, it gives the illusion that this is farther away than here. And it sort of wraps the painting around. And it's very pleasant to the eye. There we go. Now then, cleaned off my little brush, and I just wash it in some paint thinner and wipe it on a paper towel. I want to put the least little indication of a tiniest little bit of foliage, but not much. Not much. Be right back. Grab a tiny little bit of blue and a little bit of titanium white. This is phthalo blue, alizarin crimson, and the least little touch of titanium white. Okay, now then, here and there, I just want to put the indication just barely, so it just barely shows. I don't want it to be too bright, because this is too far away, and I want to retain that misty appearance. Now in your painting, if you want it brighter, just add a little bit more white, and it'll really stand out. It's very individual. However you want yours to be, that's exactly the way it ought to be. Okay, maybe, yep, right there. So we can see just a little indication of some nice little things that are happening back here on this tree. But not much. We don't want much. Okay, let's go on the other side now. And here, a few little things. There's a few. These are so subdued, I hope they show up on your set. There we go. Maybe, yeah, there's one. Just sort of pick them out. All you're doing is just sort of looking around and deciding where they live. Dropping a few little things in. Here's one. There's another little one. Maybe down here. Just a few happy little things growing around the bottom. Shoot, we got it. And that's really all there is to it. Okay, let's have some fun here. Let me get, there we go. Get an old 2-inch brush here that's not dirty. I'm gonna put some of that same lavender color into the bristles. Just tapping a little bit in. Okay, now I'm gonna come right down here and go right into the cad yellow. A little touch of yellow ochre. Just sort of mix them together on the brush. Little Indian yellow. Here and there, the least little touch of the bright red. And by mixing color on the brush, you end up with a multitude of colors happening on the brush. You don't have just one flat old dead color. There's all kinds of effects going on. See, tap, give it a little push. That loads the end of the bristles. Now then, maybe in here, there's some soft grassy areas. All you have to do is just begin touching. Just touch. Tap. See there? Look at them go. Very gentle. You can make this look absolutely like velvet. There. Darker and darker and darker back in here because it's going back into the shadow areas. Okay, come right on down here. And you just sort of work in layers, completing the most distant layer first and coming forward, forward, forward. Always working forward. There. Now if you want to brighten an area, maybe you want the light coming right through here and right in here. I went into a small amount of just straight titanium white. You see? And all you have to do is just barely touch. And that'll highlight right where that light area is, but don't overdo. If you overdo, it'll kill the effectiveness of it. See? Now that gives the impression that there's a light shining through there, but if you do too much, it's just going to look too bright. There. Tell you what, let's do. Maybe there's some rocks and stones that live out here. Take some Van Dyke brown, pull it out very flat, flat as you can get it. Go straight down with a knife, cut across, and get our little roll of paint. There it is. Okay, let's go up here. Now maybe right in here somewhere. Look at there. Just touch, give it a little sidewards pull. We're just going to put the indication of just a few little rocks and stones and some dirt showing here and there. There we go. Wherever you want them. Now then, titanium white, a little dark sienna. Mix them together so they're marbledy. I don't know if that's a correct word or not, but you know what I mean. It's not over mixed. There's all kind of streaks going through it. Because those streaks are still on the knife, see? Okay. Now then, you can take that and just let it sort of bounce along, barely touching. Graze it, caress it. There, softly, very softly. See? But it's just like when you put snow on the mountain, you need it to break. And it leaves some holes and stuff in there. So the dark shows through. It looks like dirt and rocks and stones. And shoot, you can even put a big stone right there, wherever you want him. See? Put some dark underneath him. Stand him right up there. I know that's hard to see. When we get the little grassy areas around, though, then it'll stand out. Then it'll stand out. A little more of the color on my 2-inch brush. Okay, let's go back up here. There. Come right down in front of that. And that'll push that dirt right down into the painting. There we go. That easy. I like little paintings like this. Now, this one, as I mentioned earlier, has an oval on it. If you want to do this painting without the oval, all you do is leave it off. Paint the whole canvas with black gesso and take off. This makes a beautiful full-size painting. Just because I have the oval on here. Certainly doesn't mean that you have to. There we go. See, and you're just working down, down, down in layers. Always in layers. Now then, let's have some fun. Let me find a fan brush here. Maybe there's some trees that live in there. Let's go right into midnight black. Load a lot of paint on the brush. A lot of paint, a lot of paint. Both sides, full. See there? Okay, let's go up here. Maybe there lives in our world right here a nice tree. Comes down to about like that. Okay. Make him just a little thicker. We make him a little stronger, a little bigger. Now, he has a friend. Lives right there. That tree's name is Bill. See, it pays to give them names. There. Make friends with them. What the heck? Maybe. There we are. There's one right there. See, we just let them grow right off the same spot. Now then, take my liner brush, paint thinner on it. Once again, we want this paint to be very thin, so it'll flow. Let's go right up here. Now then, let's decide where some limbs live on this tree, maybe. There's one right out through there. See, but the paint should be so thin that it just flows right off your brush. Maybe, yeah, there's one up here. There we go. Think of just how limbs would grow on this old tree. This is your tree, so you decide. Wherever you want them, however you want them, that's the right way. There, maybe this one comes right on back across. We don't know. Limbs go all kinds of ways. There. One up in there. Okay. One over here. I recently was doing a show for one of the PBS stations, and we did a painting like this, only big, great big. And then we auctioned it off for the PBS station to make a happy buck. Oh, people really liked this one when they could see it up close. It's a beautiful, beautiful painting. And we traveled all over the country doing shows for PBS stations and charity groups. So if we get to your town, I'd sure love to have the opportunity to meet you and talk with you, so come by and see us. And if you want to know when we're going to be in your area, just drop me a card with your name and address on it, and I'll put it with our mailing list. And when we get to your area, I'll let you know. We'll drop you a little card. There. And you can just send it to the address that's on the end of the show. They send everything to me. Here I'm just adding some more little grassy areas in. There we go. But just layer after layer after layer. See, maybe you want to strengthen this a little bit. I want to make that a little more distinct right in there. Go back with some dark color. Dark color makes that light just jump right out at you. Okay. A little bit of grass right in here. Shoot, we can just bring this right on down. Isn't that fantastic? And as I say, if you've never painted with me before, this is an excellent painting for your first project. It's so nice, and it works well. It works so well. There. Now, the more you tap on this little grassy area here, the softer it'll become. It will absolutely get to where it looks just like velvet. And that's very nice. Okay, let me find a 1-inch brush here. We'll just use the same old one we were using. Go right into some blue, and some alizarin crimson. And we'll just mix these on the brush. Okay, I want some very dark colors here. This should look black. I'll be right back. I want to get a least little touch of paint thinner. I want to thin it just a tiny bit because I'm going to apply this over color that's already on the canvas. So one of our golden rules is a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So if you start with a very thick base color, then you can put lighter colors over the top of it, thinner colors. Now I want to put the indication of some silhouetted leaves in here. So all we're going to do, just use the corner of the brush. Oh, I'm killing all my beautiful little tree limbs, but that's all right. We know they're there. Sometimes that helps give you an idea of where to put these if you have limbs on your trees. There, maybe that comes right up into here. We don't know, wherever you want them. These are just little loose leaves. They just sort of play around all day and have fun. There we go. Good and dark. Now, while I have that color, maybe there's some bushes that live right here. We'll just push in a little bit of color. We need that dark so our light will show. We'll have a little bush or two that lives there. There he is. Now grab another brush, and I'm going to dip this into a least little touch of liquid white, and then go back into my yellows. Grab some sap green. Load the brush full of color. Full of color. Pull the brush in one direction. One direction. See, that loads a lot of paint right out of the end of the bristles. One direction though. Okay. Now if you have a lot of paint loaded into this brush, it takes very little pressure when you touch up here. If you don't have enough paint, you have to hit hard, and it sort of smushes, you know, and it'll get all muddy on you. But with a lot of paint, all you have to do is use a very gentle touch and just give it a little push, just enough to barely bend the bristles. Okay, reload the brush, put another little bush in. Look at there. And put in little layers, leaving some dark areas in between. It's most important that you leave those little dark areas. Maybe back in here there's a happy little bush or two. About like so. About like so, just wherever you want them. And we can have some of these just come right down from their foots. There. Now with a clean knife, we can scrape through and allow some of that black to show through. And it looks like little sticks and twigs. Hope you can see those. They are here. If you can't see them, they're here. It looks like all kinds of little sticks that are holding up your bushes. And see? Just wherever. Put one right over there. You can see it over the top of that light color. It really adds some detail to your painting. Okay. Tell you what. On this particular, I want to show you how to bring this tree forward. Watch here. All you got to do is take a little color like so, and you can pull that rascal right on up into the foreground. That easy. And once again, that helps create the illusion of depth. You can see grass between this tree, and now there's distance between them. Just one of those little things that'll make your painting look a little special. Little limb right there. Okay. Now then, I'm going to take, this is some dark sienna and white. Get the least little touch of bright red, least little touch. Pull it out very flat. Get a very small roll of paint on the knife, tiny little roll. Now if our light's coming from there, maybe there's a little light that just bounces right through here. We'll put some on, then I'll show you how to mute it, to calm it down. Little light hitting right on those tree trunks. Now we'll clean the knife and just begin touching, tapping. This is just a clean knife, so the color mixes together, and that'll subdue it, make it quieter. But it'll still leave a little sparkle out here, right on the edge of these trees, where maybe a little light's just shining through. Okay, let's do this one. There. See that tree? A little bit right here. Wherever you think light would hit. Okay. Shoot, speaking of trees, let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. I'll just use the old big knife. Big knife or small knife. Pull out Van Dyke Brown. Get a roll of paint. And maybe there's a big tree lives right over in here. I like these old big trees in my painting, but if you don't want it in yours, leave it off. Watch here though, watch here, watch here. Excuse my arm for just a second. Maybe this limb comes down. There he comes. This is your bravery test. This is your bravery test. Okay, maybe. Yep, you're right. It's another big limb. Right there. There's a lot of paint here. A lot of paint on. When this one dries, it'll feel like real bark. Maybe there's another limb comes off in this direction. There. Okay, need a big old root. Holds up this monster tree. Another one there. Now then, I'll tell you what. We have this color. It was, white. Little dark sienna. Little bright red. Pull it out very flat. Get our roll of paint. Pull it out. Roll of paint. That easy. Okay, now then, very gently. Very gently. Just let this touch, graze, and just slide right down the tree. You're just barely touching. No pressure. It's just like putting snow on the mountain, only on a tree. See? But no pressure. Over here. A little bit right there, where the light's coming through. There. Now on the other side, we'll take a little blue, a little phthalo blue, a little white, and let's just put the indication here of a little reflected light here and there. There. Just sparkles it up, gives a cool color. A little bit more of a brown. You can lay that in here and sort of bring all that together. Just let it work right around. Like so. And you could take a little brown on the liner brush and put the indication here and there of a few limbs. In my world, I think this old tree's, it's dead. But there's still a limb here and there hanging. Not many. Okay, tell you what, let's do. Let's have the camera come right up here, and I'm going to take the contact paper off and let you take a look. So, isn't that fantastic? To me, these are some of the most beautiful little paintings. And I think with that, I'll sign this one. Take a little bit of bright red, go right up here. Certainly hope you've enjoyed it. As I've mentioned several times, this is a very nice painting if this is your first attempt. So give it a try. And from all of us here, happy painting and God bless. Hi, welcome back. I'm glad you could join me today. Tell you what, let's start out today and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need at home to paint along with me. While they're doing that, let me tell you what I've done already. I've got my canvas up here. I've got it covered with a thin, even coat of the liquid white. It's all wet and it's ready to go. So let's go. I thought today we'd just do a beautiful little, maybe just a little bright painting that you'll really like. This is the last show of the 14th series. There's 13 shows in each series, so we have a bunch of shows now. I hope you've got to see all of them. Tell you what, let's start today with a small amount of the phthalo blue, and we'll just use the old 2-inch brush. What the heck? Just tap a little color right into the bristles. Takes very little color. And let's go up in here, and we'll start. We'll just make little crisscross strokes, like so. And we'll just very quickly just drop in a happy little sky here. There we go. Okay, the color is continually mixing with the liquid white, and it gets lighter and lighter as it works down toward the horizon. Lighter and lighter. And in a landscape, that helps create the illusion of distance. Everything should get lighter toward the horizon. Okay. And that easy, we've got some color in the sky. I think in this painting, maybe we'll put a little bit of water. What the heck? So, while I have this old brush going, I'll go right back into the phthalo blue. I'll reach over here, be right back, get a little touch of the black. I want to darken this a little bit. So we have phthalo blue and a touch of black. And maybe we'll have water down on this side. Wherever. We can certainly change our mind later if we want to. There. Okay, and I'm pulling from the outside in. And I'm leaving a little area open right here. That'll be our light shining across the water when we're done. Okay, then very lightly, just go across the entire bottom here, that easy. Okay, blend this out a little. And today, I think we'll put a happy little cloud up in the sky. Wash our brush. We wash our brushes, as you know, with odorless thinner. Shake off the excess and just beat the devil out of it. Okay, let's use the old fan brush today. And you could put these clouds up here with a 1-inch brush, 2-inch brush, just about any old thing. Just use a fan brush today. What the heck? All right, maybe there's a little cloud that lives right there. Comes around, I don't know, however you want him to be. Just sort of make a decision and drop him in. Clouds are very free. They just sort of float around the sky and have fun all day. Okay, maybe, tell you what, maybe right here. Another little cloud. Maybe this is the same cloud. What the heck? See, just throw it in wherever you want it. That's the beauty of this style of painting. We don't draw any pictures on the canvas. We don't do any tracings. There's no fill in the blocks. We just sort of do it. And to me, that's fun. That's freedom. Years ago, I used to sit and I'd draw a picture on the canvas. Then I'd spend days and days trying to fill in the blocks without getting out of the lines. It sort of reminded me of my little coloring book I had when I was a kid. I was so happy when I found this, because here, you just do whatever makes you happy. Just let it go. Now then, large brush, using just the corner, and I'm going to blend those clouds out a little bit. Just blend them a little. There. Knock off the excess paint. Now very lightly, using circular strokes, I'm going to fluff these little clouds. Just fluff them. There. Maybe I'll fluff this one this way. However. There, and very lightly. 3 hairs and some air. Just blend it a little bit. Just blend it. There we go. Okay. Maybe in our world, maybe there's another little cloud that's right here. Just sort of wherever you want them. Thought we'd put several little layers of clouds here today, and that'll give you some practice doing clouds, because they're so much fun to do. There we go. Just sort of scrub that in. See there? And there's some little stringy ones that live down here, maybe right there. There's a happy little cloud. Put a little bump on it. Give him some character. Shoot. That little rascal has some fun out here in the sun. Maybe, yep, you're right. There he goes. But just let your imagination go. Let it go. And when you get very free with your painting, that really is when you experience the joy of painting. Get a little plug in there. There. Okay, and we'll lift it, fluff it. There we go. And very lightly, once again, just blend it. Let's see the layers of clouds that you've created. That easy. A little bit of blending here. Give it a little lift upward. When I beat this brush, all I'm doing is knocking the excess paint off the bristle so I don't have to clean the brush again. When you blend these clouds, you pick up a little bit of the sky color and a little bit of the cloud color. So if you just wrap it real hard, just really slap it against something solid, then it takes that out. I think we're in business. Let's build today, maybe. Back in here, let's do a little mountain. For that, I'm going to use some Van Dyke brown, a little touch of the Prussian blue. Brown, a little bit of blue, mostly brown. We'll put a little black in there too, just to make sure it's good and dark. What the heck? Okay, pull that paint out as flat as we can get it. Go straight down and cut across. We get that little roll of paint right out on the edge of the knife. Okay. Now maybe back here today, let's do just a little ridge of mountains that live back here. Firmly push that into the canvas. You're really trying to push this color right into the fabric. Get tough with it. Show it who's boss. There. See, just sort of push very firmly. And we'll just let it go, wherever. Okay, now then, I'll take a 2-inch brush and I want to pull this paint. Because this is wet, you can move the color on the canvas. If you tried this on a dry canvas, you'd be upset with me. But on a wet canvas, then you can move it. And on a good canvas, liquid white should stay wet for a day or two. Shoot, it doesn't dry very fast at all. It's an oil-based paint, and it'll stay wet. There. Now, the one thing, I get a lot of letters, people saying, can I use canvas boards? Canvas boards have cardboard in the center, and they have a tendency to absorb your liquid white, and it leaves you with a dry surface. And we're dependent upon the wet surface. Let's wash your brush. So I really recommend you use a pre-stretched, double-primed canvas, 2 coats of primer on it, and that way it'll assure you that your liquid white will stay wet through your entire painting. Okay, a little dark sienna, a little white, maybe at least a little touch of Van Dyke brown there too, just to streak it up some. Pull it out flat, and once again, our little roll of paint. And all those little colors are in that roll of paint also. Now we can go up here, no pressure. No pressure at all. So you get all those little variations of color though, because you didn't overmix your paint on the palette. If you overmix it on the palette, then you get one dead old dull color. And we're looking for some life and some action in this. We want this son of a gun to stand out and shine in the sun. There. See, no pressure though. Okay, for shadow color, I'll make some blue and some white, some Van Dyke brown. There we go. Just blue, brown, and white. That'll make us a good shadow color. Put a little black in there too. That'll gray it. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Okay, once again, that small roll of paint right out on the edge of the knife. Okay. Now then, you have to sort of make a determination where your light's coming from. And in my world, today it's coming from the right side. Get the little knife. That little knife just sneaks right in there and does such nice things. Okay, go right up in here. So we can just begin putting in all kinds of little things. See, that little knife gets in there where the big knife might be hitting other things that you don't want it to hit. Just here and there. Put in a few little shadows and sort of let them blend together. And work that a little bit. There we go. It's very subdued, very quiet. Put little bumps here and there. Little shadow behind that bump. See there? But you're limited only by your imagination. Only by your imagination. In painting, you can go to any world that you want. And I think that's probably what attracts a lot of people, including me. I like to be able to create my own world. And I'm very happy that you joined me in that world. And that you've invited me back into your home for this series. That's very special. The fact that you bother to call your stations and tell them that you enjoy the show, or you write them, support them, that's what allows us to come back for another series. So thank you very much for taking the time to do that. It's very special. Now I'm going to take just a 2-inch brush. I want to create a misty effect down here at the base of this mountain. So tap just lightly, following the angles, and then very light. Ooh, just barely grazing the canvas. Oh, just barely touch it, barely touch it. Make love to it, gently, very gently. Caress it. See there? Very soft though. Okay, let's have some fun. Let's take, well, we'll just use whatever we had there. That was our mountain color. We'll add a little sap green to it. Throw in some light color. I want this to begin having a greenish tone to it. Not a great deal of green yet, but a little. Maybe throw a little more phthalo blue in there. A little white. All right, nice. Okay, let me clean my knife off. Grab another fan brush. I have several of those going. Just load a little color into it. Let's go right up here. And maybe, yeah, let's have it right here. Maybe right in here, there's some little footy hills that live. Some little foothills far away. And all I'm doing is striking and pushing downward. See there? It makes it look like just hundreds and hundreds of little individual trees that are far away. A little more paint. There we go. Maybe it goes right on up like that. Okay, now, I want the illusion of mist at the base of these trees. So I'm going to take the 2-inch brush and tap firmly right at the base of these trees. This is really where you take out all your frustrations. See there? Look how soft that becomes. There. Very lightly, very lightly. Just lift upward. Okay. And that creates a beautiful illusion of mist in there. Let's take the same color here. We'll add some black to it, a little bit of Prussian blue. But it's basically the same color, only darker. I want it darker. As things get closer to you in the landscape, remember that they get darker. Okay, now then, maybe there's another range of foothills, and maybe they live right here. See, tap downward though. And you have to decide where they live. Maybe they go clean on up like that. On over there somewhere. We don't know. We don't know. And at this point, we really don't care. It doesn't matter. Does not matter. We'll make those big decisions later. There. Okay. Taps it right in. Maybe this sort of goes up on this side. Whatever. Whatever. Now then, back to our large brush. Once again, I want to create this little misty effect in between here. So to do that, take this big brush, use the top corner, and firmly tap the base of that. See there? That tapping creates a beautiful, beautiful misty effect. That's mixing with the liquid white that's on the canvas, and that happens automatically. You don't have to worry about it, think about it, just tap and it happens. Now very lightly, lift upward. It pushes all that back. Look at there. Now, what separates these two rows of foothills is that little misty area that's in between. That and the difference in color. But that little misty area is your good friend. It's so important. So, so important. We'll take a little bit of blue, a little phthalo blue, a little alizarin crimson, mix it together, like so. Proportionately more crimson than blue. Now maybe just take a little roll of paint. There we go. Have the small knife going. Maybe right up in here, there's a little another little hill. This is an excellent study in planes, different areas. It helps show how important all these different areas are to create that illusion of depth and distance in your painting. I bet you've seen paintings that are very flat. And they're not, they don't look right to you. There we go. You know, another question that I get repeatedly is, can I do this style of painting with acrylics? Well, it really does not work very well because the acrylics dry so fast, it leaves you with a dry surface. And as I mentioned earlier, for this to work effectively, you really need a wet surface. It just does not work. And I like oils because oils are so forgiving. They're so forgiving. You don't make mistakes. If you do something wrong, you scrape it off and you do it again. That's about the only medium you can do that with. It's like when I was in college, I took a class in watercolor. It taught me two things. First of all, it wasn't my medium. Secondly, a great respect for those who could do it, because you get one chance. Son of a gun. Boy, I messed that up and it was over. I'm going to take the old 2-inch brush. 2-inch brush, go right into that. We'll go right into that little lavender color we made. Okay? Now then, I'm going to start putting some little grassy areas right into there. Now see that little bit of mist right there? That separates. So important. That's your separator. Okay, let's come right on down. Maybe we just throw in some color right now. There. Maybe like that. Anything we don't like, we'll turn it into a reflection. If we have water in here, and we said we was going to have some water, so we'll do that. There we are. Just tap it in. You could really put this in with a paint roller. Reflections. Grab it, pull straight down. There it comes. There they are. We'll say they're right there. Come lightly across. And we have instant reflections. Instant reflections. Maybe that land area comes right out through there. Just like so. And this is just a dark color, so when we put highlights on it, it'll stand out. I'll tell you what, I'm going to add a little black to my lavender. Let's just use this old brush. What the heck? Maybe there's some happy little trees that live right in here. You can use just the top corner of this brush and create the illusion of all kinds of beautiful little tree shapes. See there? Just turn the brush. Just use the top corner. Paint all kinds of beautiful little things. There. Get a little touch more color. Shoot, maybe there's another one. Lives right here. But you can just put as many or as few as you want in your world. Let it come right up over the mountain so we can see it better. But see, all we're using is just the top corner of the brush. I think that's another thing that attracted me to this technique, is the fact that you don't need many specialized pieces of equipment. I used to spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars on brushes. Shoot. This is a very economical way to paint and to learn. And it gets a lot of people so excited that then they go into more traditional art forms. I get letters every day from people who tell me they've now enrolled in their local college and university so they can increase their art knowledge. But this is a beautiful way to get started. And as we tell people when we go out and demonstrate, this is a way to get you hooked, because you'll get hooked on this. It's addicting, and we don't make any bones about it. It's so much fun that you will get addicted to it if you're like most of us. Okay, take a liner brush, put some paint thinner on it, a little bit of brown. Okay, now let's go right up in here, and we'll put an indication or two here and there of a little tree trunk. Just here and there. Wherever. Maybe over here. We don't want this side left out. Okay. I'm just going to use that same old brush. It's working so well. I'm going to tap that corner into a little bit of yellow ochre, a little bit of cad yellow. Just tap the corner. I want very little paint. Just want to give the least little indication that there's some things happening up here in the top of these little trees that we made. I don't want too much. Just a tiny little bit. There. But even now, even though you're using this brush rather than what we normally use, you still need to think about form and shape. These trees don't just grow at random. Okay, right here. Form and shape are so important anytime you're doing bushes and trees and all those things. See there? A little bit here. See, just a touch. Very, very soft. Okay, we take that same old brush and I'll tap it into some color. Just tap it right in there. Now then, let's go right back here. Look at there. See, now we can begin applying color right on top of that dark. There we go. Just the different yellows. And because I had a dirty brush, green's going to occur automatically. Look at that, layer after layer. And if any of it gets in your water, all you do is pull it straight down, go across, it becomes part of the reflection. Watch here, watch here. Tell you what, let's take some blue and some black, a little sap green, put it together. Take my old fan brush, load it full of color. Maybe in our world here, let's get crazy. Right here lives a nice evergreen tree. I want a very dark area against this light mountain. And watch what happens, that contrast. Oh, it'll snap your eye right there. Leave the outside edges very soft and subdued. Look at there. Let's put another little one, a little friend, right there. There we go. See there? Okay, we can take our knife, just cut through here and there, give the indication of some trunks, a few little sticks, a little bit of green, a few highlights on there, just a few. Once again, I want to retain that darkness. I want to keep that. A little more of the yellows on the big brush. And let's go in here, and we have to make some big decisions here. Just begin bringing all this together. I want it to get darker, darker, darker out here toward the edges. Softer and softer. There it is. Just follow that right on down. Darker, darker, darker out here. And all we're doing is tapping. Just tapping. Well, in just a few minutes we'll conclude this show, and it'll be the end of the 14th series. And I'd like to thank you, as I mentioned earlier, for allowing me to come back and paint with you. This is probably the most exciting thing in my entire life, the fact that I have the opportunity to meet so many fantastic people and paint along with them each week. Let's take a little brown here. Maybe in our world, we have a little tree lives right there. Right there. Soon we give him a friend. Put a little touch of white, we'll make him a little birch tree. Not much, just a little. Like so. A little paint thinner. We need a few little sticks and arms and things like that on him. There. The old clock on the wall tells me it's about time for me to go. I look forward to seeing you again. We've already started production on the next series, so I'll be back as long as you'll allow me to. And with that, I think we'll call this a finished painting. I look forward to seeing you next time. Happy painting, and God bless.